I'm just going to start with some practical things. So, hi everyone, my name's Sara Heitlinger. I work at City in the Centre for Human-Computer Interaction Design. Thank you so much for coming today to our Designing More Than Human Smart Cities book launch and symposium. It's very lovely to see you all. We're going to have a photographer, so if there's any problems, if you don't want to be photographed, please just let one of us know about that. We're also going to post on social media, and we'd like to encourage you to post too, to create a bit of a buzz. You can use this hashtag, if that's okay. Yes, got that? And then just a quick rundown of the schedule for today. So I'm just going to open with a couple of words. I'm going to pass over to Professor Raj Roy, the Dean of the School for Science and Technology. That's going to be followed by a talk from Professor Marcus Foth. And then we're going to have a panel. So after Marcus's talk, we're just going to take some very immediate questions for clarifications, but we'll save questions for Marcus till the panel discussion. So after all our panelists have spoken, and then we'll open it up for questions. We're going to have a lunch break, and then we'll come back for the speakers from the book who are going to present from their chapters, and then a short afternoon tea followed by a town hall discussion. And after the town hall discussion, I think we're all going to go to the pub just up the road, so everyone is welcome to join us to the Dame Alice Owen. So please join us if you'd like to. So some of you may have seen the book. This is the book, and there's a paperback too and a digital version. If you'd like to order the book, there is a discount code up there, and I'll send that round afterwards, but yeah, it works out good value. And then I also just wanted to say thank you to the people who have sponsored this event and made it possible. So thank you to the School of Science and Technology, the Centre for Human-Computer Interaction Design, and the Association for Computing Machinery for contributing to Marcus coming over. Thanks also to Oxford University Press and to all the speakers here today and the people who have helped to put on this event. So I'm just going to say a couple of words about this event and why we're doing it today. So it's a marker in time for us, so it brings together lots of great things on the topic of designing more than human smart cities. We're celebrating the publication of the book, which was co-edited with Rachel Clarke and Marcus Foth. And the book itself is the culmination of many years of thinking and doing in this space since we first ran a workshop together in 2018 at the Participatory Design Conference, where we met Clara and some other people. So there's lots of people who have been on this journey with us since the very beginning, and others who have joined us along the way. So it's really great to come together to celebrate this point in time and our collective efforts. So on the one hand, we're celebrating. On the other hand, the challenge is really, really big, and it's just going to get even harder. So this work is really only just getting started now. And I hope you can see from the brilliant speakers who are here today from industry and from different sectors and disciplines, the scale and the importance of the challenge that we face. And I'm also happy to say that this is also marking the start of a UKRI Future Leaders Fellowship for myself on the same topic. So I've got an incredible opportunity to dedicate next 4 years with a team and to work on a collaborative interdisciplinary project on this difficult topic. And it's going to be working with brilliant project partners like Arup and DEFRA and Natural History Museum. And that's only been possible through the many collaborations with people here today. And I'm really open to working collaboratively, so please do get in touch if you want to work together. And I've also got a postdoc opening, so if you're interested in being a postdoc, so please come and talk to me. And on that note, I'm going to hand over to Professor Raj Roy, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Sara. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and fantastic to see you here. My role is simply to tell you that I'm so delighted that you are here to talk about something which is really exciting, interesting, and very important for the future. By the way, what I understand you are going to talk about is something I'm very, very used to. I'm born in a culture, 10,000 years old culture, where human, animals, and non-living objects are equally treated, simply with a description, they're all creation of God. That's where I come from. That's what I'm told that I should be doing. And that's why many people, when you go to cities in India, you will find cows are roaming around freely in small areas, not everywhere. And people don't touch them, people don't move them away, they feed them because they have rights to live as well in the middle of city. That has problems as well. But I was excited when I first saw Sara is doing research in this area. And this conference was wonderful for me to come and learn from Marcus, and I would like to follow up later on. So welcome to City. At City, University of London, we are bringing in areas like design, and you have heard about our human-computer interaction design. We have significant design interest in other parts of the university and creativity. For example, AI in creativity is another big area we are trying to bring together with a common purpose, that's to solve long-term social challenges. That's really what we want to do. I'm interested in creating next generation of professionals who are more socially responsible. And I see all these are linked with each other. Research we do in areas like what you are going to talk about, but also education we provide, where we actually teach in our HCID program, and Alex, who pioneered here ethics in computing. So we are one of the few places where we teach ethics in computer science. And in fact, Sara is teaching that now. These are all part of that global kind of objective of making next generation of people more socially aware and socially responsible. And that's another reason I'm so delighted to be here to welcome you to come to City. I hope this community grows. This is a community, being in London, I think it's very important to challenge ourselves how we can promote this multidimensional community in megacities, where there is even not enough space for human. How do we find space? How do we make spaces in urban environment to allow other species first, and then treat non-living objects with respect as well, going forward. That's something I hope today's symposium will debate more. You are influencers for the future. You know, we have colleagues from Europe, colleagues from many different countries here. We should play our part in shaping our urban spaces going forward. With that, let me now introduce Professor Foth to you. Professor Marcus Foth has come from Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane, Australia. Actually, you were teaching just before coming here in Europe, so he is flying within Europe. He's from Urban Informatics in School of Design and Chief Investigator in QUT Digital Media Research Center from Faculty of Creative Industries, Education and Social Justice. And this is the link. I think the social justice angle is very important, and your research is a tool to achieve social justice. And I really want to respect that and uphold that research going forward. For more than 2 decades, Marcus has led ubiquitous computing and interaction design research into interactive digital media, screen, mobile, and smart city applications. He founded Urban Informatics Research Lab in 2006 and Design Lab in 2016, and founding member of QUT More Than Human Futures Research Group. I think you are anxiously waiting to hear from Marcus. At this point, let me hand it over to him. Thank you. Have a fantastic day.
Can we take the mic?
Thank you so much. Is your quick hand over? Thanks. Thank you. Yes, please. Okay, is this working? Yes, I think it is. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Roy. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Rachel, my 2 co-conspirators on this wonderful book that we're launching today. Really pleased to be here. I was just in Finland at the University of Oulu teaching a summer school workshop on a similar topic, and I'm very much been marinating in a lot of the questions that the students have been asking over that week that we just had in Finland. So I'm really looking forward to continue to be challenged and continue this discourse, this debate. The way that we've talked about what the goal and the purpose of this opening speech will be is to hopefully be a bit of a scene setter. I think there is people from various different backgrounds, disciplines in the room. Not everyone is from the environmental humanities, not everyone is from design. We have people from industry, maybe from government in the room as well. So what I will hope to do is a bit of a storytelling exercise of how our research group has started to struggle with our own complicity in a lot of these mega as well as meta-level crises that humanity and the planet are facing. And so I'm opening up our internal kind of book and our own critical deliberations and reflections as a research group, and I'm going to share some of those that led to us coming together, as Professor Roy just said, under this new banner of the More Than Human Futures Research Group at QUT. I acknowledge the ACM. I'm part of a program called Distinguished Speakers, and it's a great opportunity to meet a lot of different people around the world, and the ACM sponsors and supports those opportunities for talks, keynotes, and speeches. The ACM is the Association for Computing Machinery. Whilst they're US-based, they're actually an international organization, probably the largest that brings together IT professionals around the world. And you can find out more about the ACM there on their website. Now, those are the 2 key moments, I think. Sarah doesn't know that I went into our little photo album and dragged out embarrassing photos. There was one particular moment where I was in London for another event, and I visited Sarah, and I visited Spitalfields City Farm, which was one of the key case study sites that Sarah has been working with and probably still is today, for the by now very famous seed library project that happened there, as well as a lot of others. And Sarah was so kind to show me around. We had a similar project with a city farm in Brisbane, so we exchanged ideas, and we really bonded around common interests. as well as our shared kind of worries about the state of the planet. And it also then dovetailed with us organizing a workshop proposal for the Participatory Design Conference that at the time took place in Ghent and Hasselt in Belgium, which was, I think, quite successful because these photos keep circulating of us wearing particular masks and doing a thing that anthropologists probably hate us for, which is a quick and dirty ethnography, which we are never supposed to be doing. So don't do it. But it was lots of fun anyway by us wearing those masks and running around the city of, we were in Hasselt, no? The workshop was in Hasselt, so I'm sure there's lots of Belgian people that took photos of us whilst we were busy chasing birds and bees. So that workshop was designed to start to imagine what kinds of new methods do we need in the body of work and the kind of practice toolkit for participatory design if we want to also include other than human creatures in our work. So, to just give you a little bit of background of what we've been doing, once upon a time, again, Professor Roy mentioned this, I founded the Urban Informatics Research Lab, and that was at the moment in time when the term smart city wasn't really common parlance yet. It came in much later once IBM spent a lot of money on a global marketing campaign. So around 2006, we still though had a lot of interest in ubiquitous computing, which was this coming together of physical and digital aspects. And here in this signage that we've had commissioned by an artist, you see that illustrated by these tectonic architectural features, the physical features of the city, as well as the digital features of the city that we were interested in. So our approach to this was very cross/interdisciplinary. We had people and students and academics from a spatial sciences, social sciences, and computer sciences background. My own background originally in my undergrad was in computer science. I then did a PhD in media communication studies with a case study in urbanism. So it was like a combination of all three domains, and I was very much attracted to other colleagues that also had this much more interdisciplinary view of the world, that were able to, if you'd like, speak multiple languages and were comfortable with multiple approaches, theories, and methods. And so our take at the time, and we called it urban informatics, was about combining people, place, and technology. This happened to be at a very opportune moment because lots of industry and government entities and institutions became very much interested in the way technology can make a contribution to the governance and management of cities. So we were a little bit ahead of the game. You can see there was a bit of a mushrooming of research centers that occurred a little bit later, post-global financial crisis. The big technology companies and accounting firms actually recognized that cities could be told that they shouldn't be looking at their city as a city, they should be looking at the city like a business. And it was very useful because it meant that the same technology companies and accounting firms could use all the old stuff from the 70s and 80s under the rubric of business process management optimization and start to sell that and resell that and rebrand it and use that in the pursuit of optimizing and creating efficiencies in cities. Efficiencies for traffic, efficiencies for waste management, for the lot. And we'll have a look at a little bit of that in a second. Our own work was, in response to that, starting to be a little bit more critical. So we looked at the other side of some of these developments. A lot of these early developments, for instance, the U-City agenda in South Korea was very technocentric. It was driven by the chaebol, which is a Korean term for family-owned conglomerates like Samsung and South Korean Telecom and LG. And they were heavily invested in creating smart cities in these very early days, like Incheon, for instance. And so in response to that, we were actually wanting to understand what are some of the social cultural implications, what are some of the concerns around surveillance, around privacy, around ethics, around technological and data sovereignty. And this is where, again, the interdisciplinary fabric of our research group was really useful because we did draw on, for instance, influences out of media communication studies and cultural studies, in order to then translate this into design approaches and design interventions. And some of them were published in this book much earlier. This is from 2015, together with Timo Ayala, who's actually at Oulu, where I just came from, and Martin Brunsko in Denmark. And this talks about the citizen's right to the digital city. A little bit later, we also looked at the notion of living labs and how we can use much more participatory and more genuinely community engagement approaches in order to share the kind of benefits and give access and reduce barriers of entry for a wider section of citizens and citizenship. But as you can see, a lot of this work, whilst critical of the technical space, was very human-centered. And we felt good about it, because at that time it was in response to the kinds of very engineering-focused technocratic approaches. And we felt if we are much more driven by social approaches, by first understanding the challenges and opportunities from a social point of view, we'd hopefully avoid some of the pitfalls of reducing the human dimension to just human factors, those pesky humans that just make our lives so difficult as engineers. So that worked quite well, but we still came to the realization that the human dimension, the human factor, was also part of what we needed to problematize. And I will now delve into that first part of how, I suppose, some of those realizations came about and what we started to do about it. Before I do that, this is just a bit of an overview, so I will mostly focus about the work we are doing in the More Than Human Futures research group. There's also new work now that is just unfolding really in the design lab, which is about the creative visualization for extreme event preparedness. This is a new bid that colleagues of me are leading together with colleagues at the University of New South Wales, and it's for a 7-year research centre that is nationally funded, and it will look at innovations in VR, in AR, in cave technology, and how a lot of these advancements that have already been made in the technical space, how they can be made more accessible to communities in remote and regional areas where often the infrastructure is not available and not affordable either. I have this cross-appointment with the Digital Media Research Centre at QUT. They're currently busy being co-hosting the International Communications Association conference at the Gold Coast. And I'm getting all these notifications popping up because it's like the whole area is abuzz. It's a very big congress, about 4,000 delegates there. In that space, I'm working on data care, which is, as I said, quite interested in digital inclusion and making the power and the abilities of smart cities and data analytics more accessible, but also being conscious of the pitfalls, the ethical kinds of ramifications when it comes to privacy, sovereignty, surveillance, and so forth. And we have a program in the DMRC that is called Creating Better Digital Futures. And my interest in that program is about activism, grassroots engagement, political advocacy, and how we can keep those bastards honest. Now, the smart city. This is usually the picture that, or a version of this, that gets used quite a bit by the technology vendors, platform operators, consultancy companies. And I think it's mostly Sydney. Maybe it's a bit of a combination of different icons of various cities, but you can see the other more technical icons there at the top, which symbolize the various pieces of infrastructure, whether it's IoT or Wi-Fi, e-commerce, mobility, and so forth. And so there's a couple of trees. Maybe some of the trees are not doing so well, but it all looks very cozy. Now, I had a little play with ChatGPT and DALL-E, and I said, well, show me another picture of the smart city. And so this came up with the very first prompt. I did maybe have in there something about dystopian. So there was, a little bit of a different take in there. And the extreme weather events that might just create a bit of a big wave. This is a video that colleagues at MIT created in the Sensible City Lab. I'm just going to quickly play this. Whilst the soundtrack is really mesmerizing, I'm just going to talk over it in the interest of time. What I find quite fascinating by this rendering is the fact that even across all these different time zones, all these different nation states, all these different social cultural differences in those cities, there seems to be patterns emerging, and one of these patterns is rush hour. The fact that no matter where you are, in a lot of these very metropolises, these large cities, people get up in the morning and they jump in the car. And that pattern is creating congestion. And not only is it the pattern of getting up in the morning going to work, it's also the fact that work seems to be somewhere central, somewhere that everyone congregates to. There's also something that happens no matter whether you are in South America, in Australia, in Europe, in Asia. The other pattern in there is that a lot of the views to do with not just smart mobility and transport, but the smart city domain and paradigm more generally is from above. It's this helicopter view, which is very natural for architects, urban planners, to be able to see the city from above. But with this view from above comes a certain reductionist view of looking at bigger picture systems of dynamics from above, rather than what I'd call the street level view of seeing the city from within. And I also find it fascinating because similar renderings of the Earth from space have been described in a very different way. Have people heard about the overview effect? When we first were able to send astronauts to not just the moon, but to the International Space Station, there's those pictures that they would have taken, seeing for a human for the first time, to see the Earth from a distance. And the overview effect describes how a lot of the conflicts, the problems, the issues that we deal with on this very local level, how they kind of get very, very petty when you are seeing Earth and its vulnerability and its speed and its size racing without any breaks through the void of space. And so there's this contrast in how we have these very top-down renderings, these bird's eye view helicopter renderings, and the similar kind of overview effect seems to be lacking the empathy, the compassion with which we should be treating a lot of the human condition in cities. So it gets, in a pragmatic way, operationalized. We're looking for efficiencies, we're looking for the optimization of the efficient design, construction, and governance of cities, in whether it's urban design, whether it's housing, whether it's about using all the data streams from IoT devices in what is largely referred to as intelligent control centers. This is a very early one that IBM has set up in Rio de Janeiro. I think at the time it was heralded as the largest agglomeration of screens in the Southern Hemisphere, so a kind of similar complexity to the JPL in Pasadena, where we are sending robotic missions to Mars. But here we are dealing with the everyday kinds of decisions in a city, whether it's the dispatch of police, whether it's traffic signals, whether it's waste management. And there's also these kinds of examples where not just the data, but the data in combination with ubiquitous computing, with new innovation in transport, with engineering ingenuity, is solving all our problems. So it doesn't matter, what kinds of questions or problems you're facing in the city, there's often an engineering response. And so this one here is about traffic congestion. There's other images that is a bit of a meme to illustrate a particular concept that is a pet peeve of mine, which I refer to as technological solutionism, which happens a lot. And whilst we kind of recognize this quite immediately and kind of think, well, If everyone does that, then maybe that next layer is going to get congested. It's like what we call induced demand. So if we make a particular resource, road travel, more attractive, it will attract more usage. Once we attract more usage, it will be more congested, so we build more roads, and on it goes. Now, we all kind of look at this and say, well, that's really simple. Why should we be doing this? We should be doing something else. Maybe we should be looking at the humanities. Maybe we should be looking at political science. Maybe we should be asking what have they been doing in the space of policy, in the space of regulation. Maybe we need to do engineering and policy at the same time. Well, fast forward to today, Brisbane is hosting the Olympics. After Paris and Los Angeles, we're going to be the next host city in 2032. And our city has its fair share of congestion, as you might have spotted Australia on that map. So what do our politicians do? Any wild guesses?
Build more roads.
Build more roads? Worse.
More airports.
Not just airports, but vertiports for air taxis. And the people love it. So this is currently in the news. It's outside Town Hall. It's a prototype operational model from a startup that is sponsored by Google called Whisk. And it's an autonomous advanced air mobility thingamabob that will then usher the rich people over the poor congested people on the ground to be able to not miss the opening of the Olympics or their, favorite sporting event. They've also made plans for the sites. So this is the inner city. They've just completed the new casino using plans out of Back to the Future Part 2. Biff Tanner has been resurrected and architectural plans have been redesigned in order to be authentic. And the sites are not limited to just like one or two. So these vertiports are interesting because they are specifically designed for not just air taxis, but also drones, because as part of the rollout between now and the Olympics, they want to introduce drone delivery services. So if you are hungry and you want your pizza, you don't have to wait for the guy on the scooter or the moped, you actually get it flown to you. And that's already happening right now. We have one of the biggest test sites in the world in one of the areas south of Brisbane. Because of the lack of regulation, the tech companies come to Brisbane, come to Australia, and they love it. It's like the Wild West. They can do anything. So there's news reports about the noise pollution, about people's houses being inundated by drones where they have above, about 70 or 80 meters height in order to have the security separation from the upper airspace. Anything between 100 and 150 drones a day that buzz between the vertiport location and the different delivery locations. This is a map of all the proposed skyports or vertiports locations just in Brisbane. And if you go to their website, you can see that they've created joint ventures and they've got angel investors and venture capitalists investing in other cities as well. So maybe head to their website and see if your city is part of this too. So technological solutionism is alive and well. So we started to grapple with some of these issues, this disconnect between the humanities, arts and social sciences and the science, technology, engineering and maths area, because I believe they need to come together. And not only do they need to come together, they also need to do much more radical, innovative work in the political space. There is often this paralysis to say, well, we've published now, and the politician will pick this up and read it and understand it, and they won't. And even if they do, chances are that there's a lot of lobbyists and vested interests that will knock on their door, and they will tell them something completely different. But that's space and material for another lecture. The dark side of human-centered design. I kind of wanted to use an environmental case study, but I think Joule is actually really, really useful. Joule is an industrial design innovation. It came from two industrial design or industrial engineering graduates from Stanford in the US, and they had a very altruistic goal, which was to iron out, to wipe out smoking. Smoking has been on the decline in most countries as a result of Public education campaigns. Smoking is just not as popular as what it used to be in the old days. You don't see it in movies anymore. Advertisement has been banned. People have realized the health consequences of smoking. And so those two graduates at Stanford said, okay, there's just like this small cohort left around the world that are chain smokers, they're addicted, let's help them. So they thought we're going to create a medical company that will offer a medical device. And this medical device is an exit drug. So if you're a chain smoker, you switch from cigarettes with nicotine to a vape. And the vape is very digital, it's very smart, it's connected to your phone, it's very private. I can put it up in my sleeve, I don't annoy anyone. I can microdose the level of nicotine that is in those tabs. I can have different flavors. I don't smell like a smoker anymore. I smell like creme brulee or peach or watermelon. So it's beautiful. It's a great idea in order to wean chain smokers and those addicted to smoking off that addiction and get them to quit smoking. Fast forward, and the complete opposite happened. The company has wiped out 20 years of reductions in teenage nicotine addiction with this introduction of flavored nicotine salt e-cigarettes, because what they've actually done is reinvented cigarettes like an iPod. They've used the marketing, the language, the social media tactics, the viral kind of way of it spreading across the world to the extent that now some jurisdictions are banning vapes altogether, the shops getting banned, it gets heavily regulated, but now that it's getting heavily regulated, it's actually too late, as you can see in this graph there. Kids have been addicted, and to a certain degree that we haven't seen in more than a quarter century. Who's at fault? What went wrong? They wanted to create a medical device. Sounded like a good idea. And now Philip Morris bought them because they managed to do what the tobacco industry has been trying to do for the last 2 decades, which is to get kids addicted again. So Juul has been purchased because the tobacco industry loves them. A simpler example, coffee. This is another example of human-centered design because I'm just going to grab one of these. This is a perfect example of human-centered design. It's lightweight. If there's a hot beverage inside, I can hold it. I don't get my hands burned. It's smooth to hold. It has this nice round edge, so if I put it to my lips, it feels nice. It's stackable, as you can see there, so I can have it on the shelf. The barista can easily assemble it. It doesn't take a lot of time. It's cheap, so I can have heaps of those as I sell my coffee, and it doesn't necessarily increase the price. And then once I'm done, it's easy to toss. It has all the kinds of features that human-centered design research has identified companies need to pay attention to create this thing. This is already a bit old, but if anything, I think it's probably gotten worse. So this, if you can't read the small print from afar, is a photo from Chris Jordan. The photo has such high resolution that it's actually presented as a video that zooms in, and it depicts 410,000 of these paper cups, which is equal to the number of disposable hot beverage paper cups that are used in the US only every 15 minutes in 2008. So it's quite old. So by now, with population increases and growth, and more consumption, we are probably looking at higher numbers. But again, human-centered design at its best, because human-centered design gets co-opted by industry, to an extent now by government as well, not to give a shit, but to sell shit. And so what we have to be, I think, increasingly conscious about is how human-centeredness is often actually in pursuit of commercial agendas rather than the agendas of the planet or human health and well-being. And that has been the starting point for us thinking about how our innovation, how our progress, how us thinking about participatory design and human-centered design, how do we deal with this? That these kinds of things and design thinking is a big area in its own right, how they get co-opted and used in this tokenistic manner. We've known about the limits to growth. There's a new version that was published. And we also know that there's a lot of greenwashing that occurs where human-centered design is used as a method to paper over the kinds of sustainability claims that are actually often very bogus. This was me in Milano, in Italy, at the Politecnico di Milano, and we are not too far from there, from the campus, where this impressive building has been created, which is called the Bosco Verticale, which is the vertical forest. And it has been celebrated as this architectural piece of wonder of sustainable design because it's so green. We've started with these master's students in service design to unpack this a little bit. And what we found was very interesting. First of all, if you do have the money to be able to afford one of those apartments, that's great, but it also excludes a whole bunch of people. Once you live there, you can look but don't touch, because the whole building is being maintained by an outsourced gardening and landscaping company, because we can't trust the occupants to maybe put their eggshells or their worm fertilizer on those trees, and if the trees die and they fall onto someone, it's going to be a big liability issue and we don't have the insurance for it. So the bylaws of the building stipulate that the occupants can look but don't touch. The other problem that residents that we interviewed reported is that, oh, well, we wanted to live in a green building but not in a forest. But it kind of is a forest. So there's pigeons, there's rats, there's spiders, there's cockroaches, there's everything a forest's got. And people don't like it. So things get pesticized with pest control. And there is more issues that we uncovered in terms of the governance, and it's not as apparent when the architectural awards are handed out for the best sustainable building. Is it really? We looked into this in research that was interested in the performance frameworks used globally to measure the sustainability of the built environment. And some of the big ones are LEED. In Australia, we have the Green Star rating system. There's the BREEAM system. There's a more progressive version called the Living Building Challenge. And in this paper, we notice this disconnect between what these frameworks do on the left, which is relative reductions, but at the same time net increases, and what the IPCC and pretty much any genuine climate scientist would call for, which is absolute reductions and net decreases, and us approaching not just net zero, but increasingly a climate positive approach. So this disconnect can be shown in this simple graph. This is the building footprint in the US, published by the US Department of Climate Change and Energy Efficiency, and it shows buildings between 2009 and 2020 broken across different categories, public buildings, education, etc. All of those buildings have increased their sustainability ratings. They've always gotten from 3 stars to 4 stars to 5 stars. They've always gotten better. But despite that, the footprint goes up and up and up, because the efficiency gains that we achieve get eaten up by the neoliberal growth agenda of us building more buildings. And so whilst we feel good about efficiencies that are really at the marginal fringe of where we should be, people are not paying attention to the overall absolute numbers. We are just looking at relatives. And this is referred to as, in economic terms, either the Jevons paradox or sometimes the Kazum-Brooks postulate or the rebound effect. They all kind of say similar things. In this case, technological progress or government policy increases the efficiency with which a resource is used, but the rate of consumption of that resource rises due to increasing demand. The other part of what we got quite interested in and upset about is how neoliberalism has conned us into fighting climate change as individuals. And in the early days of human-computer interaction design work, it was also under this rubric of green HCI. It actually played into this particular tactic that large corporations, governments would point the finger at us and say, you got to get, your keep cup. Don't use these ones. And you got to ride a bike, or you got to switch to an electric vehicle, or you got to install solar panels. So the finger is pointed at us as consumers, whilst the companies operate business as usual. There's an even more polemic article that I love, which was published in Al Jazeera, which says why a hipster, vegan, green tech economy is not sustainable. Because all of those items there are not actually getting at the core of what is wrong with the world, which is the human governance systems that keep us in paralysis, and we're not actually touching what needs to be touched in order to fight climate change properly. Paul Durish published this at the Designing Interactive Systems Conference in 2010, HCI and Environmental Sustainability, the Politics of Design, the Design of Politics. And the design of politics, that last bit, is what we're really, really interested in, because what Paul is arguing here is that our focus largely on usability, on the way that individual interacts with the thing, the device, the gizmo, is keeping us often from seeing the larger repercussions, the larger systems that work in institutions. We kind of look at them as our clients, maybe, or the ones that, if it comes to it, they might be the audience for policy recommendations. So what Paul's arguing here is that we should be considering technologies of scale making. That's a completely different kettle of fish. Technologies of scale making is what would help the umbrella movement win in Hong Kong. Technologies of scale making might be what topples governments that are right-wing dingbats and are stuffing our planet. And what Paul is saying here is that we should be doing more of this work to put HCI in pursuit of political activism, because there's a lot of groups out there that are fighting the system that is keeping us on this trajectory of a planetary ecocide. And what we can do is not opt just for the paper straw or the solar panel or the electric vehicle. What we could do is use our expertise in pursuit of these groups getting amplified in order to get about the reform work that we need. This is from the Washington Post a while back, an investigative campaign that looked at where the cobalt comes from that is needed in order to make our iPhones last longer. So the lithium-ion batteries, not just in iPhones, but also in electric vehicles. So the big companies that are also now very much purchasing cobalt are Tesla, BMW, all the car manufacturers that need large amounts of cobalt to make their batteries. And what we see here is the fact that supply chains are not as regulated and credentialed as what those manufacturers make it out to be, because these are gig economy workers. This guy is not part of a mining company. He's not wearing safety gear. He's sending his 7-year-old son down there if it gets too narrow. And so they're digging tunnels of about 5 to 7 meters to dig up the stuff that is now sitting in my pocket. And then once they found enough, they will sell it to their local group leader, and then once that person's got enough, it goes to a kind of wholesaler, and there's local markets, and it's all very informal. It's informal economies until they reach the scale where companies pay attention, and then it gets on-sold, and then it might appear on supply chain tracking and tracing. Now, I'm showing you this because a lot of the work that we've been doing in sustainability, and we are guilty as charged as well, is to actually drive sustainability. We've been doing energy monitoring. We've been doing a whole bunch of dashboards. We've been doing devices that will hopefully help people in cities make more sustainable consumption choices. But what that also does is make these little things more attractive. And so whilst we are then focusing on the sustainability of Brisbane or London or the city that you're working in, the kind of cost-benefit analysis and sustainability assessments, they usually only focus on the boundaries of the city. They don't necessarily appreciate that what we are doing is moving a lot of these problems to other parts of the world where accounting for the impact is not occurring. This is another, actually it's only 2 minutes. I might quickly play this.
So we are here at the Agbogbloshie electronic waste dump site, indeed the biggest electronic waste dump site in Africa, I'd say. This is where electronic waste, television sets, computers, microwaves, refrigerators from most developed countries end up. Then you find kids, some as young as 5, 6, 7, 8, coming here to dismantle, to break open these electronic wastes just to salvage metals such as copper. They sell these things to buy food, they use some of the money to buy food, and they give some money to their parents, and some would use part of the money to buy whatever they need to go to school.
The boys who are engaged in the burning inhale the fumes that come out of it, and that bioaccumulate certain hard toxics in their body. In our bid to ascertain that impact, we conducted the blood analysis of about 49 of these recyclers. The results revealed that the accumulation of lead in these boys are above the required standard, which is health threatening.
So the response right now from industry and government to deal with what I've been showing you is the circular economy, which is an idea that says, well, rather than tossing it, we're going to be doing this kind of upcycling and reuse and putting it back into the production cycle. And there is some merit in those ideas, but at the same time, when I talk to my colleagues in chemistry, in waste management, in the more science part of sustainability, they see a lot of problems with the way that these claims get circulated in the media, in marketing, because they don't really hold up to the level of academic scrutiny. And what they also do is really prevent us from looking much further, because when we're looking at sustainability claims, when we're looking at this rhetoric of the circular economy, what all of this does quite successfully in many ways is to prevent us from actually questioning the modus operandum of governments and industry. Is the current economic system actually fit for purpose for preventing the planetary ecocide? At the moment, that continues on business as usual. We have GDP as our measure for budgets, for the financial performance of nation states. We have annual reports. We have shareholders. They expect growth. The growth at the moment is hampered by cost of living crisis and inflation. That's terrible. We should be selling more shit so that people buy more shit. So the measures and KPIs and the models that we're using at that inner sanctum of the economy and nation states and the way that societies are governed remains largely unchanged for such a long period. I think the most outrageous thing I've seen was New Zealand when Jacinda Ardern published a well-being budget. And it was fantastic. For the first time, there was a budget for an entire country, and not even as a as a polemic or anything. They were very serious about it. So the well-being budget was actually the first step of moving away from GDP and looking at what really needs to happen in New Zealand in order to create a better and more healthy and just society. What's the point of having a GDP of 1, 2, 3, 4% when X number of people are homeless or suffering, or we are continuing to face an accelerated climate crisis or biodiversity loss? Mike Montero has quite nicely articulated this complicity of the design field with the way that we are destroying the world. He says the world is working exactly as designed, and it's not working very well, which means we need to do a better job of designing it. And this brings me really to the end of my talk, but the starting point for our symposium, because this is what we are hoping to do. And as Professor Roy very nicely articulated, it's not about reinventing the wheel, or often about reinventing something completely from scratch. It's actually about remembering where humanity came from. So for us, in order to be able to imagine these post-anthropocentric futures, what we might be able to do is actually remember how humanity for thousands of generations has managed to live in harmony with the planet. Are we able to salvage some of that thinking, some of the ontological and epistemological basis of that thinking, and make it compatible with the level of civilization that we are currently in? Because I think at the same time that people recognize the merits of these approaches, we also don't want to fall back into the Stone Ages. So how do we have this kind of having the cake and eating it too? I put post-capitalist-centric in there because I think the argument by various scholars that this isn't anthropocentric in the sense of every human is equally responsible. So the poor guy that is trying to do a living in very precarious situations in Accra and Ghana, upcycling rare earth metals, is probably less responsible for the crisis that we are in than someone like Trump or Boris or in our case, Scott Morrison. So in a nutshell, what the more than human turn in design is all about is to decenter the human. And it sometimes sounds very foreign. Decentering, we've been trying to be very human-centered. But if you compare it like this, we're actually trying to have a much more life-centered approach that isn't so tokenistic around the commercial aspirations, but actually is much more genuine about the planetary health and well-being. How can we put the human back into the equation of our entanglement with planetary ecosystems and with the health and well-being of the individual, as well as the environment that we are part of? That sounds very simple, but it's actually really profound when you start thinking about even just the simplest design brief of how you run into trouble. David Abrams' book in '96 is often referred to as the one that came up with this nomica, The More Than Human World. And there is, as I said, quite a long history and trajectory of people engaging in this discourse, not just in the environmental humanities, but in human geography, obviously in design now these days, and adjacent fields. And this is not even a complete list. This work by Lara, and Lara also was kind enough to contribute the epilogue that is in our book, was quite seminal for our work because she's specifically been dealing with the relevance in the context of cities. This was published by MIT in the journal Design Issues. It says, Decentering the Human in the Design of Collaborative Cities. And it was one of the first to really inject more than human thinking, I think, in the design world. I did mention this early work we did in Belgium, where we've been running around crazy through the inner city doing our very first ideation and exploration of more than human methods, which has then led, in our case, to take us a little bit further. And with colleagues at the University of Sydney, we created non-human personas as a tool in design work. And we were interested in how we go about creating non-human personas, considering it's very difficult to interview or do workshops with possums, lorikeets, squirrels. So which brings me back to this book, because I think what is really fascinating, and I'm really humbled as well as pleased to see this diversity across so many different academic colleagues from so many different affiliations and different countries that have all started to engage with this topic. And what I'm hoping is that it's not just a fad, it's not just like a sexy topic right now, but there is actually a genuine recognition of what we need to be doing. Because this isn't just a technology gizmo, which has been introduced and it comes and goes, like we had the wave around Bluetooth technology or the wave around smartphones, and now we are looking at blockchain, and so often there is these ups and downs when it comes to technical advancements. But I think this is different, and again, recognizing that a lot of this more than human thinking is relational. It's actually compatible with indigenous communities and First Nations people in so many different countries and different places of the planet, and authors here in this book, as well as previously David Abrams' book and other kinds of commentaries and accounts, they acknowledge and recognize that what we are doing here isn't really inventing something new, but we're going back to recognizing the kinds of ontologies, epistemologies, some even refer to cosmologies, that have made sense in the governance of societies in much older days. This is the website where you can find out a little bit more about our work. That's the original photo that inspired the cover for this book. The Australian tree wasn't good enough for Oxford University Press, had to be an Oxford University Press certified tree, so they found one, which you can see on here. Actually, I like this tree as well. I think it's quite nice to illustrate the human dominance over nature. So I hope that just on time, that both sensitized and problematized some of the issues we are dealing with. That's one of the wombats in the orphanage we are working with right now in Australia. And I'm really looking forward to some of the discussions we'll have on the panel. And I'm also looking forward to meeting you in the lunch, coffee breaks and so forth. And again, thank you so much for having me.
Does anyone have any like immediate questions for Marcus, just for clarification before we move on to the panel discussion? So the panelists will speak, and then we'll have time for questions from everyone together. So has anyone got a burning question for Marcus? No. Okay. Yeah. Is that so? Okay. So we'll invite the panelists to come, if that's okay. So Jess, Lauren, and Alison, and Rachel, and yeah. Yeah, I've got your slides. Yeah. So do you want to? So Marcus, maybe so maybe whoever's talking.
I got my own,
so, we'll do
you can share those if you want.
No,
do you want
pass me that. So,
Okay.
So do you want to go first, Alison? So we're going to do. No, Lauren, do you want to go first? So we're just going to do some short presentations from the panelists, and then we'll have a discussion. So are you presenting from your laptop?
Yes.
Okay.
So hello everybody. So we've got Lauren Davies from Arup. So she's a senior designer and researcher in Arup's global foresight team, and then we'll be followed by Alison. Yes, Alison is associate professor in media and communications at the London School of Economics, and finally Jess Massucco, who is the activities project manager for the Natural History Museum's Urban Nature Project. Perfect.
I think it's got to. Oh, sorry. That's got to be connected to that.
Okay.
No.
Sorry. Seems like it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Good,
Cool. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me to speak, Sarah. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Lauren Davies. I'm a senior designer and a design researcher at Arup. And yeah, I'm really excited to share kind of how we've been exploring the concept of more than human design at a city scale, and what it means to take the principles, ideas and research written by academia on the topic and to test it out in practice on major infrastructure projects. It sounds difficult, it is, but I hope to set out not just the challenges that we've encountered so far, but also some of the successes and opportunities we've uncovered along the way. So for those of you who haven't come across Arup before, we're a collective of more than 18,000 designers, advisors and experts working across 90 countries to shape a sustainable future. You might recognize some of our more well-known projects here on the screen. So on the left, Sydney Opera House, in the middle, La Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, and then the Shard here in London. But these impressive feats of engineering are not the reason I joined Arup. During my final year studying at design at Goldsmiths, University of London, I came across a paper about bird window collisions, and I came across this statistic: up to 1 billion birds die each year in the US due to window collisions, and it can be as many as 100 million here in the UK. And then I came across another paper from Lund University in Sweden tracking the effects of very great tits in rural environments versus urban. Aside from the obvious visual differences, the bird on the right shows evidence of increased chronic stress and cortisol levels from urban stressors like light pollution and noise pollution, etc. And I couldn't believe that such devastating effects on animals were happening in the places where we lived and worked every day. Clearly something in the decision-making and design of our cities was going wrong. And I wondered, is it perhaps possible to steer the design of our cities towards including more than human perspectives? Could I perhaps Trojan horse principles of more than human design into boardroom meetings, design scopes, and concept art for the way our cities were planned for and developed? So that's why I ended up joining Arup's foresight team. We developed the concept of foresight by design, which uses innovative design tools and techniques to explore future risks and opportunities, engaging our clients and stakeholders in meaningful conversations about change. So I wanted to share a couple of examples of recent work where our team are looking at embedding more than human design approaches in practice. I'm quite early on in this journey, working on this for the last year or so, but I hope what I share will uncover some of the valuable insights nonetheless. So last year, alongside a group of colleagues with a range of backgrounds from ecology to design and foresight to landscape architecture and urban planning, we looked to understand what designing for and with nature means for people on the ground at Arup. So from our initial first-hand research, we uncovered multiple barriers to considering the needs of more than humans in day-to-day project work. And that's across regions, projects, disciplines, and different levels of expertise. So for example, up to 25% of respondents felt that there were a mix of personal and situational barriers. So from non-experts not understanding the needs of other species or ecosystems to not having a common understanding of what we mean when we say nature, or how to translate nature's needs into their work. And then situational or environmental factors included not having enough time on projects, the needs of humans always being placed first. Nature is only considered when technology relies on it. It not being part of the project scope. It's too expensive to consider nature's needs. They don't have the authority to make decisions. I could go on and on. But having gathered these insights on the barriers to considering the needs of more than humans and then designing for and with them, we embarked on a project to better integrate ecological knowledge into the co-designing aspect of our client-facing projects. So we worked closely with both local, internal, and external stakeholders, identifying 3 projects that we could work with across 3 scales. So that's the building scale, the neighbourhood scale, and the catchment scale that we could drop into and try and provoke some change. So our goal was to support Arup and our client teams to see nature not only as a material or a resource, but also as entities with needs and particular experiences of the world, and to support them in understanding that they can make change, even if small, in the constraints of the project or their perceived lack of expertise. So over a 6-month period, we developed and tested and co-created 12 bespoke participatory or foresight-led tools. So we did this by hacking existing but predominantly human-centric approaches to co-design. So we worked closely with ecologists and project teams to adapt and adjust them as needed. You'll see that something that's already been mentioned, more than human future personas, and lots of other different types of participatory and foresight-led tools that you may be familiar with. So we worked closely with 2 live project teams to adapt we worked closely with 2 live project teams. One was a major master plan development in Cape Town in South Africa, and the other was the Environment Agency's Fens 2100 project. So the Fens is a naturally marshy region in eastern England, if you haven't come across it before. And the project is a long-term investment decision-making framework, and it's an innovative system-level, landscape-led approach towards adaptation decision-making in a very complex multi-stakeholder landscape. So both projects were very different and at different stages. They each came with varying levels of knowledge and experience of designing for and with more than humans. At a high level, our method was to essentially download as much information as possible about the project and the stakeholders working on the project and their level of expertise. And we did that through various interviews and workshops to then determine where, when, and how we could possibly make the most impact. So we iterated and tested the tools with some very patient project teams and collected lots of insights along the way, including the limitations and pitfalls of some of the methods we designed. So I'll just go into a couple of them now just to give you an example. So the barriers that we encountered with the Cape Town Master Planning Project were we found that the project team had a lack of connection with local knowledge and practices, with just one project stakeholder with local knowledge but not residing in Cape Town. the research team had a challenge of reintroducing nature in a significantly modified landscape of landfill. They highly prioritized human-centered development over anything else. There were many examples of human-wildlife conflict in the local area, which led to a mindset of many stakeholders seeing more than humans as separate or other. There was a general perception from the client that greening meant manufactured lawns over diverse ecosystems, and there was a clear lack of both ecological and futures literacy amongst wider project stakeholders. The project was already too far along for us to affect anything particularly meaningful in terms of the design practically or physically, but we were still able to introduce stakeholders to new forms of practice that they could take forward into future projects. So what we felt were the successes of the methods that we tested with this team were simply increasing literacy, even at a base level, around the needs of more than humans, and introducing others to thinking about much longer time horizons in their work. We have a wealth of built environment projects we can use as a testbed, provided we can navigate the barriers I mentioned on the previous page. So this is definitely something we're hoping to continue and expand on. And to give you an example of some of the quick interventions we made in Cape Town, to the left we worked with the client team, a foresight practitioner and an ecologist to produce a positive vision for the future of nature on the project. This was then designed into the style of a local newspaper and subtly distributed amongst project stakeholders, serving as a North Star for nature on the project. And then to the right is a method we developed with master planners and a group of ecologists to unpack what more than human interactions will happen within the various buildings and areas on the site, and to uncover what interventions, planting and other additions or adjustments they might be able to make to provide better habitat, given the master plan was already underway. And Sarah, please stop me if I'm running over time. So then the second project I just wanted to touch on was the FENS 2100 project. So the barriers we encountered on this project, which was a very different beast, it was a lot larger, a lot more stakeholders, and taking a much more kind of strategy and framework view on a project rather than, say, a specific master plan site. So yeah, identifying who holds the power, who makes decisions, and on what was really difficult. It was a big jump for a team mostly working with, or previously working with, flood infrastructure assets to then start thinking about non-human species and to start thinking about 30 or even 50 years into the future. They really couldn't grasp why we weren't talking about people because they were so used to their practice being human-centered and people-focused. And they were hesitant to kind of bring this out to wider stakeholder groups outside of the team that we worked with on the project, as they found the concepts too new and difficult to grasp. But then in terms of the successes that we felt came out of that work, we had the opportunity to develop some future scenarios with more than human perspectives at the core, which was a first for me as someone who works in foresight, and I'm often working up human-centered scenarios for clients. Though the project is called FENS 2100, the teams were not well versed in foresight or futures thinking, so we took it as an opportunity to build some literacy around long-termism and planning for alternative futures or even preferable futures. Given that the project was in such an early stage, we were able to have a tangible influence on the narrative of the project concept, ensuring that relevant, more than human perspectives were taken into account early on. And then framing our work as experimental meant the client was super comfortable with us supporting them in taking some risks in their mindset and approach without necessarily yet having to act on what we had discussed or developed. So in that sense, getting into discussions and projects as early as possible for us felt key. I can stop there. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. I could go on forever, but I'll stop.
Alison, do you want to? Do you want to close that one? Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm good. Hey, everyone. Good morning. Really nice to be here. I am not going to talk for as long, I don't think, as my colleagues, because I just want to give you a couple of tiny points to orient you towards what I think will be my contribution on this roundtable, which is really thinking about framing policy decisions. And because what Marcus, you really pointed out in your talk, is that we have kind of got the wrong stories, right? And so I work in a media and communication department. I have worked on questions of design of technology, ethics and values in technology, smart cities. I wrote a book in 2021 called Undoing Optimization, which picks up on a lot of the things that Marcus also talked about. But increasingly, I'm really interested in storytelling. And I'm interested in storytelling because I think there has been a problem or a failure in relation to storytelling about the relationship between people and technology. And I think that introducing animals can help with this problem of storytelling. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about my overall research in relation to thinking about these kinds of policy frames and these potential different directions for storytelling by starting with my contention, which is that we are living in a world influenced by what I call a techno-systemic frame. So in media studies, a frame is like the big kind of outside in which the action is taking place. So the frame is the sort of the orientation that is actually very difficult to see or perceive. We're already inside it. And so this idea of there being a kind of techno-systems frame is that there is a sort of assumption about technological thinking and acting that takes us in a particular direction. And by us, I mean people who are interested in these ideas, people who are working on these ideas in various different professional capacities, but also I mean us as people who are living in cities or in places that have been constructed by other people. So the language and the stories set by certain kinds of expectations about technology are influencing not just what technology we get in terms of design, but they're also influencing a kind of normalized assumption about what is a good way to act in the world. And Marcus, I think you gave us many, many examples of this. What is a good way to act in the world? Well, take the road. It was built for you. Oh no, the road doesn't work. We're just going to keep using the road. So we've got a kind of frame, which is that individual mobility is important. We're going to have to keep using the road. Oh no, actually, the road is really not the solution. So I think this is, again, where animals can disrupt this sort of thinking. Because all of a sudden, if you are, as Lauren really invited us to think about, suddenly asked to think about considerations that are outside of the established techno-systemic frame, then you come up against these really interesting but really generative challenges. And they are not just how do we think about the value of the living world, but also how do we think about the consequences of something that we are doing now very far into the future. And I really liked, Lauren, the way that you evoked how multi-species planning is actually also about different temporalities of planning and thinking about kind of consequences of planning decisions in a really different way. And I think that this is what is so exciting about thinking with the idea of the more than human from a policy perspective. We are not only thinking about how can we make this a good environment for bugs or foxes, we're also thinking about what are the other considerations that have been left out of the existing frame and now can be brought in, which is why I've chosen this really excellent image, which is a beautiful portrait of a fox, but it's also, a sort of snapshot of an urban reality. So in my own work, I'm usually thinking about this idea of how ideas shape what it seems possible to consider, and also what other things we might want to think about. So in my own book, which I wrote, as I said, a few years ago, I actually went even further back, Marcus, than you did. I went back to sort of 2001, because my argument in the book was actually that it was the policy frames about what is a good urban environment that created the space into which the idea of the smart city could come. And now we have the opportunity to develop different policy frames that a new kind of policy making can begin to develop. And I think these are, these policy frames are questions like what is going to be valuable in the long term, what is expensive, and what is not worth investing in. So thinking about, reframing the sort of space of the design of a technology to include waste, and acting on values. And we can think about these values in terms of, inclusion, equity, or justice. And I think about this in my other work as a sort of set of questions about holistic technology design. So you think about, can this be made something where people can participate, where there can be reciprocity or relationship building in the design? Can we think about what sorts of justice issues can be explored over time, what kinds of different temporalities they are? And then can we also think about what are the politics of inclusion and exclusion, particularly in relation to different kinds of knowledge and experience? So in this image, by shooting this image, whoever shot this image has included the fox, who is normally excluded. And these kinds of choices are choices that, that we can undertake in relation to power and knowledge, not only to the kind of equipping of city design projects with technology. I want to give you a very quick example of how some of my recent work has explored this. I just finished a really nice project called Rewilding the Night, which was, like so many of the projects of our colleagues here, a wildly interdisciplinary adventure, which included architects, lighting designers, philosophers, astronomers, and me as the social scientist. And we were really interested in thinking about the question of nighttime, because night is a really important design consideration for urban spaces. If it's dark, does that mean it's dangerous? Dangerous for who? Dangerous for humans, mostly. Dangerous also, though, for different humans with different social positions at different times with different perceptions. So nighttime was a really interesting and really generative and difficult kind of concept to think about from a more than human perspective. We worked in the Bonn Botanical Gardens, and we were doing a kind of design sprint project where we used sensors to try to understand the impacts of light on different kinds of creatures in the Bonn Botanical Garden. But this also created a way of opening up a discussion about the potential for different kinds of lighting policy decisions, and thinking about which kinds of groups of people or even experiences of nighttime would be influenced by policy decisions about light. And I've included a couple of photographs here from one of our fieldwork walks in Bonn, and you might actually notice something really interesting about these photographs. They are not dark. And this was actually a very interesting kind of consequence of urban lighting design. It was December, it had just snowed, and there were clouds. And Bonn is lit by sodium lights. They're kind of yellow. It has not yet been equipped with LED lights, which are more energy efficient, but actually much worse for most creatures, including humans, because of the temperature of the light. But it's not dark. And that was so interesting to us because we were trying to mystify this idea of darkness. And then we realized that urban spaces already don't really have darkness in the same way. And so darkness was this sort of desirable sort of, utopian notion of a sort of, a good or more inclusive or sort of more wild smart city. But we realized that what really needed to be sort of rewilded was not the city, it was the humans in the city. So this paper will be out shortly in Philosophy of the City, and I'm happy to answer other questions about the project. Thank you.
To go forwards and backwards.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah. And if you just clip, let's see. Oh, you clipped on.
It's clipped
yeah.
on.
Sorry.
So
Yeah.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm Jess Massucco. I work at the Natural History Museum on our Urban Nature project. You may be familiar with the Natural History Museum. We've also got a site in Tring in Hertfordshire, and we work with partners around the world. What you may not have already known before today is that we're actually home to over 300 scientists who are conducting a wide variety of academic research on all sorts of really interesting things, studying the wonders of the natural history and also our planet today and our future. The scientist departments that work on the Urban Nature project, which I'm working on, are from the Angela Marmont Centre for UK Nature, headed up by John Tweddle. And these are biodiversity scientists looking at the wildlife of the UK. One of the centre's key roles is to support individuals, schemes and societies that record, monitor and protect the UK's biodiversity. There's quite a few work strands coming from that scientist department going into the project. The Natural History Museum has a really clear statement and declaration that we're facing a planetary emergency. That's actually what appealed to me and why I even applied to work there to begin with. It's quite forthcoming in its sense of what it needs to do as an institution. The vision is a future where both people and planet thrive. Our future depends on the natural world, but we are not combating our own destructive impact on the planet. Every stream of work that the museum's doing is working towards creating advocates for the planet. So that's trying to encourage people of a wide variety of audiences to stand up and act for the planet. The icon of the whale here is representative of the big skeleton whale that we've got in our main hall, and that's been named Hope. The Urban Nature Project. So this is the museum's response to the increasing pressures of urbanisation, climate change and biodiversity loss on people and planet. We're working to give people across the UK, no matter who they are and where they live, the support and tools to safeguard nature in towns and cities. It's not too late to make a difference to the nature on your doorstep. It's a really broad, big programme. It's been going on for years already, but just to summarise it, it comes down into three main strands. The first is the transformation of the museum's 5-acre gardens in South Kensington in London, created into a welcoming, accessible and biologically diverse green space. I'll explain a little bit more about this, but we're due to open those gardens in a month's time, so it's all go at the moment. And this was, if anyone's visited in the past, it was essentially mostly just lawn that the Victorians hadn't done anything with. So we're now in a position to really transform it into something which is educational and making sense and works together with science. The other two strands are connecting people to their local urban nature. So there's a wide mix of programme activity that's happening across the UK and targeted towards different audiences for that. And then finally, developing and sharing the scientific tools and skills urgently needed to monitor, understand and protect urban nature. So that's our Centre for UK Nature's prerogative, working on those elements. I'm just going to take a step back and look at how we got to this place with the Urban Nature Project. So these are some of the research pieces that we focused all of the programme development on. More than 80% of the UK population live in urban areas. This is set to rise them to more than 90% in 2030. So this is why we're all really focused on this urban environment. Rich biodiversity can exist in urban areas and can exceed that of the surrounding landscape. We know through a lot of our audience testing that it's quite common for people to think they have to go to the countryside to find nature and wildlife. And in fact, it's living all around us, and we really want to encourage that knowledge. Urban green spaces are the natural environment that children visit most frequently in the UK, but almost a quarter of children spend time outside less than once a month. There's a current shortfall of 173,000 skilled STEM workers, and new STEM roles are expected to double in the next 10 years. So a lot of engagement program work is really focused on getting young people interested in these careers, empowering them, helping them develop those scientific skills. Spending time in nature can improve mental and physical health. And adults who experience nature as children are likely to be motivated and protect the environment. That's our advocacy journey that we're working towards. This is basically, I've deconstructed a very confusing theory of change document into something a little bit simpler. But ultimately, we're working towards a future where people and planet thrive, as I was saying before. And to get there, we're hoping to increase biodiversity and increase well-being. The yellow boxes at the top are our project outcomes. So every type of activity that we're doing in the project is leading into one or multiple of these project outcomes. They're fairly simple, but they do encompass a lot of what we're trying to do. So people getting involved in activities to increase biodiversity. This can be really simple, or it can be fairly more complicated. It can include, people coming into the gardens after they're open to actually conduct research. That may be yourselves. Secondly, people developing skills and confidence to work scientifically outdoors. There's a lot of schools-based program work attached to that one. People feel biodiversity is important to their well-being and future. This is all about connecting people to nature and making them feel like they have a place in it. People feel invested in their local green spaces. There's a lot of really interesting research that's come out post-pandemic around this, and how people sort of had to go into their local areas and how their connections were. And the Urban Nature Project was actually in delivery during 2020 and beyond, so it's had to adapt around a lot of those principles. So it'll be very interesting for us to report on it at the end. People noticing nature on their doorstep. This is the really critical one for us that underpins pretty much everything that we're doing, and especially in the gardens. We want people to understand that nature's all around them and that they're part of it. And finally, just getting people spending more time in nature. There's the way I like one as well. This is another slide I did to try and summarize exactly what we're doing across the project. It's really busy, but just to indicate how many strands of work are going on across our teams. I've divided all of our activities into 10 programs here, and everything with a greenhouse represents on-site delivery in the gardens. So you can see that a lot of it has been specifically designed for our museum, but much more of it is working with national partners, community groups, etc., outside of the museum boundaries. We have our science program just on the far side there, including all the site monitoring work that's happening with national partners, and specifically looking at what we're going to be doing in the gardens as a sensory-rich living lab. We also have community science, which is one that I wanted to delve into a little bit deeper. Community science is sort of the perfect realm for a lot of these conversations because it is science-based and it's all about collecting data and heading towards research, but it's also got that engagement focus. We want to really reach out to the public to get them involved, collecting that data, being part of the process. The Natural History Museum has a variety of community science projects. It has a dedicated team towards it. Nature Overheard is our urban nature project output for this. And it was actually co-designed with children in a secondary school, which it did actually work. I don't know what people thought might happen. It's always an experiment, but it has actually been really successful. The way they did it was we had our scientists partner up with our National Learning Department. They put out a call for lots of schools around the country to come up with research questions, and then they picked the most sensible one to try and work with, and that was, how can we make roads better for nature? And then our scientists went to that school and did a lot more creative co-design workshops with some secondary school students to refine that research question, try and pick out what we would really like to learn. And finally, we're answering, how does road noise pollution affect insects? So this survey is essentially an opportunity for people to find a road or street with some sort of green next to it. So we have a really colourful and clear instruction booklet that tells you to be safe and all that kind of thing. But it could even be against your street. You take a 5-minute audio recording and then you hunt for insects and you see what you can find. And this is essentially a bioacoustic research project led by our scientist Ed Baker, and they're going to look at all of the data once it's collected and hopefully try and answer some of those questions. It's something that's very accessible because most people have access to a road or a street. It helps people identify any sort of green around those roads and streets. For example, it could be at the edge of a park, or it could just be a tree-lined avenue or even a grassy verge. And also it encourages people to start to identify what an insect is and how many you can find. It's got an ID guide at the back of it. We've had a lot of different strategies for engaging people with this, including sending out toolkits to schools, having a really big marketing campaign. We're working with various partners to deliver workshops up and down the country. I think the engagement of it is interesting, but the co-design process for me is particularly interesting, and we're aiming to write some sort of case study or paper on it, exploring that process. Also, please do the survey. You're very welcome. I did it with my friends and it was actually really fun. So please go ahead. Okay, going back to the gardens. So this is our 5-acre site in South Kensington. We're creating a unique and fully accessible green space in the heart of London. Geology and planting will tell the incredible story of change on our planet over time. There's lots of really interesting and fun things to see. It's going to open in late July, so do come along. This is the key bit. So a living lab will provide in-depth information about the nature in our gardens and people and nature at the heart of design and construction. Just that last bullet point quickly, we have a dedicated community team at the museum and a dedicated community lead on the Urban Nature Project called Harriet Fink. And she's been working with a variety of local community partners for years now on producing co-created works that are going to go into that garden, including things like planters that you can plant up with plants. Really simple concept, but talking to local people and what kind of plants they'd like in there. And it's been really successful. We've worked with one of our leading botanists at the museum, Dr. Sandra Knapp, and a local community group based in North Kensington, Grow to Know, plus a local college called Morley College. They've worked all together. They've come up with a selection of really interesting plants that represent people's different cultures and expectations and what they'd like to learn more about. And it's being planted in the Natural History Museum South Kensington Gardens, which obviously would never have happened hundreds of years ago when the museum was actually built. So it's a really interesting progress story for us. The Living Labs, I've just picked out this white text box at the bottom of the picture from our website. Our gardens are a hub for urban nature identification and field survey skills. We're piloting a range of technologies for monitoring change in urban environments, including eDNA and acoustic monitoring, where an array of recorders will listen to the gardens, pond, soil, and even inside the trees. Here's a map that I took off someone else's PowerPoint presentation that shows the network of sensors that are going in the gardens. The sort of semi-curve at the bottom there is the ramp that takes you up into the main hall, if anyone's familiar with the building. And then we've basically got a garden on either side. So we've got lots of different sensors that are going in, and our scientists are going to be recording and monitoring all sorts of data and information across it. If this is something that interests you, please do get in touch with John Twaddle, who is from the Centre for UK Nature. You can come and have a chat with me, or find a way to distribute that information. This is another slide I nicked. It's basically a summary of all the monitoring that they're going to do in the gardens. They're doing traditional and the more experimental type of monitoring going forward. Finally, I just wanted to pick out, so as I just said, it's sort of split into two, the gardens. One of them is going to focus more on the journey through deep time. So there's like dinosaurs and Jurassic stuff in there, and it's really engaging and amazing. It is going to be monitored as well, but this half of the gardens is called the Nature Discovery Garden, and it's very much focused on the here and now, what's actually living in London in that site, and what we want to communicate about that. There was a historic garden here for a couple of decades, and as part of this project, we've worked really hard at the museum to preserve the habitats and the things living there as much as possible in an incredibly complex and big construction project. Everything's been up, out, there's been cranes in there, it's been really disruptive. But one of the things that's been at the heart of this is to see how well we can preserve the existing habitats. And a good example of that was there were existing ponds, and we wanted to make those ponds better for wildlife, but also for people. One of the things we've done is make it completely step-free. So now everything's step-free and you can access it regardless. But in order to do that, we really needed to move the water out of the ponds. So we translocated the whole thing, the water, all the different levels. They went in some giant tubs on the lawn. It was really a big project, expensive, difficult. It would have been a lot easier not to do it. But this is a great example and an opportunity with the budget that this project had to really try. The water went back into the ponds, and our scientists aren't in a place to really comment on the success of that yet because they're monitoring it. But anecdotally, there's been a lot of observations of species that were there before and species that weren't there before. So really interesting. We'll definitely produce at least some sort of public-facing case study. And my hope is that that will encourage different sites, similar to the Natural History Museum or beyond, to actually explore and investigate this type of work. So it's not just, we want to improve a place and we're just going to completely trash it until it's really good. We're going to work with what's already living there. This white box is from our interpretation plan for the museum gardens. So this is the key messaging which we're hoping to convey through the design, particularly of the Nature Discovery Garden. Nature is everywhere, even in our towns and cities. All living things, including us, are connected in a complex and balanced web of life. Changes to nature's balance can make things challenging for living things, including ourselves. By doing small things, we can make a big difference to protect nature. Thank you.
Do you want to come down and join the panel? Okay, so we've got 3. You can keep part of this mic as well. Keep that here. And there should be another mic. You've got a mic. Okay, so we can, these mics can work for you guys. Do you want to sit closer to Marcus? Sure. Yeah. And then, yeah, these guys are on hand to. So we're just going to open it up basically to questions from the audience. So, yeah, do you guys want to? Okay.
Thank you. It was really interesting. I was just wondering, when you were mentioning all the previous things we tried and failed, there is a psychological effect of those tested things that remain there, whether we like it or not. When we question a lot of like leadership's role for some participatory projects or idea of everyone can contribute to collective future, you can't really undo it that easily. You can't go, okay, you have to sacrifice for some collective good. So there's always this like psychological conditions that remain in society when we test these ideas of design or management or politics. Don't you think that the side effect of these more than human things is a fake trust in humans voicing for other species, or a bit more human-centric feeling for humans, that we can understand other things and we can be the voice of them and we can kind of accommodate for them? Would that be the side effect of all these attempts to accommodate for more than human? Thank you.
I mean, this is a central problem in social theory, right? Which is the problem of like, how do we understand what an other is? We can barely understand ourselves as individuals. You know, how do we understand any group of people or other living creatures who has been marginalized? And of course, it's exacerbated by the fact that mostly, if we are as human creatures trying to hypothesize about other creatures, we are doing so with a human form of cognition, right? And we are trying to recognize or understand or interpret something that is absolutely unknowable except through anthropomorphizing, right? If you have a pet, people will talk about their pets like they're children or, relations. And this is partly, an issue that we've talked about already, which is a sort of issue of the limitations of certain philosophical traditions, which are focused on the separation between society and nature and the separation between the individual and the other. The only answer is to do the best that it is possible to do, and to recognize that what we are intentionally doing in thinking about, others, always, is to not be thinking about ourselves.
I think I'd actually like Clara to maybe answer this, even if it's this afternoon. We'll come back to it. But my own comment is that this isn't just something that will happen anew, but it's already happening. So the way, for instance, a lot of the road infrastructure projects are happening in Australia is through offsets. There might be an identification through an environmental impact assessment that there's a koala population that's in the way. And so the way that they get given agency is by creating offsets. And in really severe cases, they are stuck into a Hessian bag and relocated, and often not very successfully, because a lot of the native animals are territorial and can't easily be displaced. They don't thrive in their new location, and sometimes they even don't survive the relocation at all. And so I think the way that the current system is currently operating, it's already making decisions for other than human creatures, and a lot of them are reduced to externalities. So I think if we are coming from that as a starting point, anything that we've heard, like a lot of these examples that are reconnecting with humans trying to be stewards or custodians of country, of nature, is actually recognizing our responsibility, more so than just believing that governments and corporations will do the right thing by having carbon offsets and ethics offsets.
So I think part of the things that I'm urban planner by background, and I can see how these ideas are creating different paradoxes together. So in urban planning, we used to rely on a vision, on a planner, on someone who were really creative and visionary. Now we completely put that aside. We say we don't trust politicians, we don't trust big powers, activism, participation, which also creates the part that now I as an individual am responsible for all these things. So isn't it that we are not targeting the biggest parts, and we're creating more and more paradoxes, because now we say, okay, we're not relying on a human-centered design, but we still put human as a center for designing everything else. So I feel like more than anything, our problem is we haven't really dealt with the paradoxes of before, and we keep running that. We say participation, we say activism, but then we're losing that vision and leadership that we need. And we keep saying that the system is wrong, but we never try to fix the system for all of this. That's what I've kind of observed over the past 10 years in urban planning. That's kind of accumulative paradoxes that we're dealing with. Just a comment.
Who's got the mic?
Thank you for the presentations. So I come from a different background. I'm a lawyer by training. I work in policy, but mainly around young people's participation in the governance of smart cities. So this is completely left field or right field for me. So whether we're talking about human-centered smart cities or life-centered smart cities, or you're using a frame of human rights or sustainable development, what I find is the challenge of finding universal values that resonate with the critical mass on the ground, who will then push it up, push it out, and potentially make it more sustainable. So I wonder if in any of your projects you found a way to vernacularize some of these concepts, maybe linking them to indigenous knowledge systems or something more core and central to the people who occupy a particular space in a way that empowers them to move it forward or to move some of this discourse forward. Thank you.
I'll give it a start because we have been starting to think about this. If you're talking about values, there's both the interpretation of values in the sciences, which are numbers, and the more positivist way of quantifying everything. But I think there's also a whole study of values in philosophy called axiology. And I think the closest that society has come to a system of values is really faith-based often, which is the way that the behavior of people is based on an understanding of what's right and wrong, based on certain value systems in different cultures and different locations on the planet and so forth. And often the interpretation of those systems of value has historically been through systems of faith. I think there is a correlation, and I don't have any hard data in the figurative sense on this, around the decreasing kind of dominance of faith in Western societies and a more heavily reliance on legislation as opposed to obligation. So the kind of relationship between legislation and obligation, legislation kind of talking about policies, laws, if I toss away the trash, I get penalized, punitive measures, taxation, incentives, all those kinds of instruments. As a lawyer, you'd know that would be, I suppose, the main kinds of instruments at the disposal of justice and of law. But when we are talking about caring for country, and in the chapter that I will hope to summarize this afternoon in the book that is written with Mary Graham, who's an Aboriginal elder in Australia, the way that she explains value systems in the indigenous sense is much more that of obligation. It's not that there's a written, paragraph 68.9/A that says you should be looking after country. It's a value system that is bestowed upon you by your elders through storytelling, through custodial ways of engaging in a system of those values where you take responsibility, and especially where you're born and where your kinship is placed. And it's also a complete custom to introduce yourself in that way, to be asked and then to respond and to make new connections and acquaintances on the basis of identifying your kinship and your connection to country and your obligation to look after those. And I think, if anything, with the way that faith-based value systems have been on the decline in many parts of the world, I think obligation has also declined as a result. And it might be interesting to question whether the kinds of proxies that are emerging in their place, whether it's popular culture or memes or internet-based kinds of things that are also creating obligation, whether it's, Pink or Kylie Minogue making a statement about the US elections and who to vote for. There is, instances of obligation, but they are sometimes not really as, I suppose, rigorous perhaps, or as futile as what we have experienced in other parts of society.
Alison.
I just wanted to come in and talk about a project that we've been working on recently at Arup, all around visioning. So if you haven't come across visioning before, it's essentially working with various stakeholders to think about what a preferable future might look like. So we've been collaborating with the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales, and members of the local community who are at risk of their towns being decommissioned because of flood risk. And that project's really been about kind of capturing a lot of what you're talking about in terms of people feeling that kind of stewardship and ownership over their space and their country and their local area, and kind of building that kind of buy-in to look after where they live and think about collaborating with both government and business in a way that can kind of push them collectively towards the type of future that they want, but really kind of putting those people, and we also included more than humans in those discussions at the centre of that visioning process, so that they have something to kind of aim towards.
I'm just going to continue a little bit with this trajectory, because I think there's another element to consider, which is actually what you introduced earlier, which is the sort of question of the paradox. And the paradox here, I think, has to do with something also that Marcus talked about, which is the entrenchment of colonial capitalism as the sort of like expected way that things are and shall always be. So I actually am from Treaty 4 territory, and Treaty 4 territory is in what is also known as southern Saskatchewan in Canada. And it's important in the area that I come from to say that you're a treaty person, because it foregrounds a kind of agreement between different groups of people who have different understandings of the land, and also because a treaty is an agreement about how to treat both the people and the land, which takes into account the knowledge of the people who occupied the land before the arrival of newcomers who came maybe 150 years ago. So I think it's quite interesting to think about the relationship between these kinds of human-made legal documents and the kind of knowledge which in my territory includes quite a lot of knowledge about like weather, sky, cycles, seasons, good ways to be, and also rituals and everyday practices that were part of my growing up life, even though I am a descendant I am a colonizing person, right, in terms of my background. So I think there's something very interesting to think about that is about those paradoxical relationships that people have to knowledge and place, because that gets over something that we sometimes risk in these discussions, which is like essentializing some kinds of knowledge as like better or, more appropriate or like more grounded in the land. Like we are all a big mess, and we've all been disrupted by the kind of normalization of colonial capitalism, whether we are people who are indigenous to a particular place and then displaced, or people like me who have no particular place because my family's been on the move for like 4 or 5 generations. And I think those are thinking about our relationship and responsibility and obligations as not being essential, as always being emergent and always kind of being changed and kind of hybridized is helpful. And I think that's why I like the idea that you might begin with an agreement rather than with a statement of essentialism.
This is a kind of new project that I'm part of, but I'm working with a team at the moment is trying to understand how to, we're implementing non-violent communication, which comes from a position that we are all part of a culture of domination, and part of the way that we often communicate with each other, whether that's, other humans or non-humans, is predominantly about domination and how we sort of break that down. And we're trying to think about what that means for design, because that comes from a more kind of psychology and cultural perspective. And I think, but some of the things that resonate is about that obligation to take care of how we communicate with each other, but also how we understand our needs. And I think there was something that you said about how do we get to those shared understanding of needs, what's needed or what's valued within that context. And it's a really, so I've been doing the training over the last few months, and my team have already done the training, and it's really intensive, because actually sort of coming to any agreement or any universal understanding is complex and messy and quite vulnerable. It makes everybody feel vulnerable. But I think there is value in that, and I think that there's a relationship between needs and values about what we as a team in this instance value together, and how we decide to communicate together. But again, that's it's an ongoing, we don't just decide the rules this week and then we stick to those rules. It's an ongoing conversation. And we're not thinking about non-human in this it's very much about how we work together as a team. But yeah, it kind of resonated for what you were talking about, and yeah, what was raised here.
I'm just going to we're sort of almost at time. Everybody is going to be here in the afternoon session for further discussion, except for Jess, who has to leave. So I'm just wondering, are there any questions for Jess specifically now, before we break for lunch? Does it, yeah? Oh, but no, can you speak with the mic, because it will get picked up on the session.
Right, so just a bit curious about your work. You mentioned that you're working on that garden and a micro ecosystem of sorts. I was just wondering if you're taking in account the fact how your ecosystem of the garden would react to the gardens and parks around the National History Museum, and how, you know, the insects, birds, and pollens react with the existing ecosystem of London.
Yeah, so the South Kensington is a really peculiar neighbourhood for anyone who's been there. It's not your average place, but it does have Hyde Park above it, which is really big. London's actually a really green city. Prior to this job, I worked for an urban greening charity for 6 years in community engagement, and it is surprising how green it is, really, and that's for all sorts of different reasons, including results from the Blitz happening, resulting in lots of little pocket parks in East London and so on. The gardens in the museum are pretty isolated, though. One of the things which we really had to consider was the fact that there's not a lot of publicly green space available in that neighbourhood, apart from Hyde Park, which is obviously massive. There's lots of private gardens. If you walk around there, they're all gated up and you can't get in. So if you're looking for somewhere to have your lunch, it's just Pret, or, you know, there's nowhere for you to run away to. So this is something which was considered in terms of socially how to connect. In terms of how everything is connected, obviously green corridors, how we're mapping that out, and how everything moves around, that's part of the monitoring processes that will happen. So our scientists are monitoring everything from what's in the soil, which I'm assuming is a little bit more contained, to everything flying around. They've got acoustic sensors on the top of the building, which is really high up. I think there are some bats there. They're looking at birds, they're looking at air. How it connects with everything else is part of the bigger picture, and the museum has relationships with, for example, Royal Parks, who manage Hyde Park. But it's a really good question to think about how it's all connected, because none of this happens in isolation.
Can I ask a follow-on question?
Yes. So there was also one over there, which is the first one.
Can I just ask a quick question about the data? Is it going to be available for other people?
My understanding is yes. We've been working with Amazon Web Services to create a really big new data ecosystem, I should say. And it's you know, a really complex technical thing where all the data is going to go in, and it's still being worked on by a very hard-working project team, but that's hopefully going to be open access database. We really want everyone's brains on it. It's a resource for you. So the Angela Marmont Centre for UK Nature, please do get in touch if you have some research that you'd like to do. Our scientists are actually on a campaign at the moment to get everyone within the museum, those 300 scientists, also workshopping how they can use it as a space. For the Natural History Museum, it's quite interesting because there's a lot of dead things in the museum. This is going to be the living, live, what's alive outside research space, but it's definitely open, and that data should be available, I understand, as much as possible.
Is there another question for Jess? Yeah.
My question is for Jess and for everyone else. I think the example you described is an excellent and I would love to hear more about the projects and initiatives that use different kinds of senses in the soil, in the water, in the air, to get a more objective view of how these actors feel, what do they need, and give them a voice. Because one part is collecting the right data, another part is analyzing it, and there the AI has a great potential. And the third part is how do we interpret it in the way that people understand? How can we give plants, forests, rivers, animals a voice?
Maybe I can just return to the Nature Overheard community science project that I brought up before. So I'm not from a science background, I'm from an engagement background, but for me this was fairly simple to understand how we got to that point, what we were trying to understand from it, and what the results might be depending on what data we get and the results of that data. But because roads and highways are such a huge part of our urban experience, and we know that there are, of course, insects living near them, but we don't know at the moment what the impact of the noise from the roads are. So hopefully at the end of this project, and it is a fairly short scientific survey data collection period really for what we need, but it's 2 years, we'll have some understanding or some further questions at least of what we can ask to eventually influence policy, for example, on highways, so we can understand urban greening and all of our councils that have budgets to take care of the grassy verges by roads. Is there anything that we can actually instruct that will better improve those habitats for insects?
I mean, in the Rewilding the Night project, part of that project was to create light sensors to actually measure sort of how light was. It's a botanical garden. It's quite similar actually to the Natural History Museum garden in that sense. It's that it's not a native ecosystem. It's a constructed collection of like microscopic small ecosystems. So we created some light sensors to measure the different kinds of light. The intention of this was actually to then be able to talk to human people about what they thought might be happening at nighttime, and then also to make a kind of conversation between what human experiences of different kinds of darkness might be relative to different kinds of insect or like small critter experiences of darkness. The photographs and the results in the paper are actually only from a pilot, so we were not able to do this engagement, but we did not think that the sensor, what we collected from the sensors was necessarily like the only objective knowledge. It was more like the beginning of a kind of conversation, because otherwise it's quite difficult to have a conversation with a little critter who lives in the soil or with a rat or with a pigeon. So this was like a proxy for being able to have a kind of conversation and for people to then also say to the lighting designers of the city, actually the way that I experience darkness is like this. I feel safe, I feel mystified because I get to see the stars, I feel curious about, you know, why there are these sort of other animals around, I am wondering whether there are bats, and actually to use the data not as something objective or factual, but really just as something to start a conversation with.
Can I go? So a recent conversation I've been having at Arup around this, and it's probably on a larger scale than some of the other things that we're talking about, is we're looking at potentially reaching a point of having an almost digital twin for nature. So being able to understand at a kind of city or catchment scale what's happening in terms of the climate impacts on nature and on cities. So one discussion we've been having is with current understandings of where we're going in terms of heat, that perhaps a city like London, for example, eventually is going to have a climate that's maybe more like the south of France, and the species that we're planting in our cities now are not going to survive in that future, and therefore the species that are then living in those cities are not going to have the resources that they need in order to continue living there, and perhaps even new or different species are going to be moving in. So we're starting to think about, you know, what kind of planting and what kind of resources for nature do we need to be thinking about now in our cities to prepare ultimately for what is the likely outcome of a heated future.
I quickly mentioned an example that we've just been working on in Finland. I'm a hobby beekeeper and was really pleased that one of the student teams at the summer school took on bees as their case study. And one of the starting questions was to really think quite carefully about the difference between objectivity and subjectivity. Because I think there is still this paradigm where subjectivities in the hard sciences, because of the embedded positivist kind of epistemology, is frowned upon. But in the very real case of bees, so the students looked at digital beehives and sensors, and they're already commercially available. So you can look at weight. If the weight goes up very quickly, it might indicate that the bees are on what's called a honey flow. They found, very yummy trees and pollen and nectar that they bring back. Or they look at counting the bodies, like how many bees are in there. Is it, a healthy population? Is it 20,000? Is it 60,000? They might look at, visual inspections for pests and diseases. But all of those are, again, as Alison and others said, very human perceptions of data, and also it's often very quantifiable. So the students kind of said, well, what else is there? What would be a subjective digital twin, not an objective digital twin? And so they started looking a little bit deeper into, for instance, the way bees communicate. So inside the hive, it's dark. Most of the time, if it's an artificial hive or a natural hive, they use propolis to really, make sure there's no gaps or anything, any cracks. And so if it's dark, you don't rely so much on the visuals, you use pheromones. And what many people don't know is that bees actually have an excellent sense of smell, even more so than dogs, and have been used in scientific experiments, for instance, for particular detection of, food and biohazards and so forth. And so the students then used an electronic nose as a particular sensor that can detect volatile organic compounds and pheromones in order to better understand the language that bees use. They've used also the more performative elements. So like one of the things that bees do to communicate a food source is called the waggle dance, which is an actual performative thing of a worker bee that found a food source performing a dance in a particular pattern that indicates the direction and the distance of a food source to other worker bees. And if others then go out there and agree, they come back and also perform this dance. And so again, this language and the data and the digital twin that is then based on the data that is more, I suppose, native, if you'd like, to the bees themselves, is very different to the one that humans have. So it could argue it's subjective. But at the same time, is it less valuable? Is it less valid to look at the world in that kind of language rather than the numeric one that we use?
Yes. Just thinking about what you were saying about objective data. So I had a project with soil scientists and psychologists and environmental scientists. And it was really interesting because we took a whole range of data, and it was about urban gardens and looking at the kind of what people were putting into their soil, growing something, and then kind of testing the soil before and after. We had like hundreds. We thought it was going to be a small pilot project. We got hundreds of people really interested. And then we had all this data, and we did like chemical, I didn't, the soil scientists did chemical analysis of things like carbon and nutrients. And then it was like, what do we do with this to make it accessible for people? And then it's also kind of looking at these really amazing things that people were doing to their soil, adding llama poo, pissing on their soil to create certain smells to stop foxes coming to their there was this whole really interesting set of objective data, subjective data of people describing what they did to their soil to care for it. And I think there was a conclusion from the soil scientists, actually the objective data was difficult to understand. The subjective data was really interesting because it said what people were doing on a fairly, quite a basic way, but they were adding stuff, they were taking things away, they were trying to change the pH level, they were trying to do various things. But yeah, it was one of the kind of tensions of these interdisciplinary projects where you have this myriad of different types of data, and then what do you do with it to make it relatable to others?
Thank you very much. Fascinating examples.
Okay, I think, so we've run over a little bit, sorry about that. But yeah, that was super, super fascinating. And we can continue the conversations in the lunch break, which is downstairs now, and also in the afternoon. So I just wanted to say thank you so much to the speakers and to Jess especially, who won't be back later, but everybody else will be here. So thank you so much. And yeah, so yeah, round of applause for. Okay, so now we're moving on to the second part of the day, which is about the book launch, about the book. So this is the book. I don't know if, did anyone take a book? If you took a book, can you please put it back? So we're not actually selling them here today. But please buy a book. There's a discount code. Okay, so the publication of the book was the starting point for this event today. And I'm just going to say a bit about the book now. The book is about cities, and it's about technologies, and it's about humans and non-human species. It's about the growing awareness that a human-centered notion of cities in which urban space is designed and planned for humans alone is no longer tenable. And it's about generative work by scholars and practitioners that acknowledge the entanglements between human and non-human others, including plants, animals, insects, as well as soil, water, sensors, and their data in urban life. So in the book, renowned researchers and practitioners from urban planning, architecture, environmental humanities, geography, design, and computing systematically and critically consider smart cities beyond a human-centered approach. These authors respond to the complex interrelations between human and non-human others in urban space. Through theory, policy, and practice, and thinking speculatively about how smart cities may evolve in the future, the book makes a contribution to lively contemporary scientific and political debates on what counts as genuinely sustainable smart cities. With this book, we really wanted to move discourse and practice forward by demonstrating how concepts and theories from the more than human paradigm are being brought into a range of emergent design practices while offering a direction for future work. And the chapters we have assembled in this book illustrate key concepts using case studies, methods, policies, and frameworks. It sits at a unique intersection between smart city and sustainability engineering and conceptual and methodological explorations of more than human design. So the book itself is divided into 4 sections: cultures, practices, justice, and futures. And together it presents 18 original chapters. So we hope you buy it for your libraries and you teach it to your students. And I just wanted to end by thanking all the contributors to the book, the reviewers, some of you are here as well, the team at Oxford University Press, and the production team as well. Were really great to work with. So now I'm going to present people from 6 chapters to present. So each chapter will be about 10 minutes presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions, and then we'll move on to the next one. And then at around just after 3, we'll have a coffee break, and then we'll come back for a final discussion, town hall discussion, and there'll be a chance to ask all your questions. So I'm going to hand over to Alison and Alex. Do you want this or that? Are you happy with that?
Hello. Okay. Happy with this.
This should be fine.
Should I give you just like I'll just give you like a 1-minute warning.
My timer's running.
Okay. How long do we have?
10 minutes.
10 minutes to talk, 5 minutes.
10 minutes, Alex. Come over here, though. Otherwise, it's going to be like we're hiding. You already met me, but you haven't met Alex.
I'm Alex.
And I'm still Alison. And we wrote a chapter together called "How Can Anyone Be More Than One Thing?" And this chapter is a little different than the other ones in the book, in part because we wrote it as a dialogue. It really started one day when I was in my garden messing around with my tomato plants, and I was on a call with Alex, and we're like, we said to Sara that we were gonna write this paper together, And now what are we going to do? And I was like, well, I'm thinking about, you know, sort of these sort of social theory things. And Alex was thinking about a completely different set of things. And we're going to unfold a little bit of a version of that conversation for you today. And what we did in the written chapter was we unfolded that conversation using what is referred to in the literary genre as an epistolary form. So we are writing letters to each other, as if almost we were characters. So this is a dialogue that in which the two different interlocutors in the chapter don't have the same perspective. So it's a bit different than an argument that you would normally read in an academic paper where the author says, here's my point, and here's how I'm going to prove my point, and furthermore, here's my conclusion where I conclude on my point. We are actually having a discussion that comes from two different perspectives. And in the end, we'll tell you a little bit about how we managed to kind of synthesize together these different perspectives.
Yeah, thank you, Alison. So I'm totally unprepared for this talk. My mind is in so many strands. I am more than one thing at the same time, doing multiple strands of research that don't join up. But this is a conversation that Alison and I have been having for a long time now. It's more than just this book. It's about citizenship, democracy, forms of liberty. And those are central themes for me in my own thinking. But maybe just to backtrack a bit, I have to admit I have a fox problem. I love foxes. I think about them. I'm preoccupied by urban foxes. And when I've only just moved to Scotland, but when I lived in London up until November, foxes surrounded me. I have two dogs at home, and the foxes would follow me. And I built relationships with these foxes. And you know, I asked myself, well, what do these foxes want from me? What do they want from my dogs? Because they were clearly following us and trying to interact with us. And I'm sure other people who live in London or urban places around the UK have encountered this as well, that foxes are beginning to inhabit our public spaces and our cities in ways that maybe pigeons do now, that soon they will be everywhere and sitting in our parks alongside us. So in parallel to that sort of obsession of mine, this morning I started thinking about an idea of impossibility, that what do we do when we're confronted with the impossible? And so this began with Marcus's talk, just the sheer volume and range of things that we need to be attending to and that we should be worried about feels impossible to me. I just don't know how to absorb all the things that we need to take into account to make this world a better place for so many people to live in. And I think maybe that is something that also weighs on many of us here. So what do we do when we are confronted with impossibility? One of the things we did was to think, what is it to be with another species? What is it to communicate with someone that you cannot communicate with? And some of this stems from some work that Sara ran to a project called Moth, where we took on the characters of non-human beings. But of course, that's an impossibility. You can't speak for another actor. You can't know what another actor knows. And yet we have to start to imagine those sorts of things when we think about the more than human, or the multi-species relations, as I prefer to call it. So that was the beginning, I suppose, for me of this chapter, was how do we start to entertain a world that we cannot possibly entertain, and that is be another.
Yeah, and I think I said this before, but actually, like, this question of like being another, or the question of the other, is a really central question in my work, which is more, I think, it's differently situated in between the social sciences and the humanities, because I'm often thinking about theoretical questions.
And some of the ways that I've thought about otherness or alterity or difference have been through kind of concepts of citizenship or concepts of participation. And both of these are really contested terms. So citizenship, for example, you know, for a long time I wasn't a citizen of the country that I lived in. And, you know, the idea of kind of belonging always excludes, right? If you're going to give citizenship to some people, you're also going to not give it to others. I have a daughter who's 12, and the other day she said to me, "What does a border do? What does a passport do? Why do we have a passport? What does it mean to have a passport?" And I was like, well, a passport means that you're supposed to be belonging to like one group of people or another. And she said, "But why do you need them on the border? And why doesn't everyone have one?" And, you know, this is another question, you know, that we are also thinking about as we're thinking with the notion of the multiple, the multi-species, or the more than human, because we're thinking about who belongs. How do you determine who belongs, and whose belonging is going to be foregrounded or valorized on what length of time or scale of time? And so, you know, we were really in this paper kind of speculating on several things, which we're sort of again rehearsing here. One of them is Alex's Fox problem. And one of them is my citizenship and participation problem, because even if you are allowed to belong, who is then invited to participate, and how is some kind of participation considered positive participation and some participation considered undesirable participation? A bit like the fox that I wrote to you about the other week, who had decided that it was having some interaction with me, and it had just like pooped right in the middle of my front doormat. Like right in the middle. And I was like, this is clearly some kind of participation. We are interacting, but I don't know what you're trying to tell me. So this is again, sort of one of the things we're unfolding here. Should I move to the next one?
Yeah. So one of the things that I talked about in the chapter was our own human obsession with counting. And when we look at the way in which humans account for other species, it tends to be largely, and outside of rooms like this, about a mode of counting. So a very numeric mode, and again, it tends to be species concentrated. So one of the things that you will find if you study, or you go back into the annals of animal studies, is a preoccupation with foxes and their habitats, and how, for example, urban foxes have more concentrated habitats than rural foxes. But this just says everything about how humans conceive of foxes rather than how foxes live in spaces. It says very little about the way in which foxes live in the spaces they live in, and also, of course, the way in which foxes live with humans and other non-humans. And so what I try and do in the chapter is think, how do we start to understand the rights and the privileges of the fox in a city? And how do we understand how they might be counting us? Because, as I've said, I have an engagement with a series of foxes. I don't know how many they are because I don't recognize them all. I recognize a couple of them, but I suspect there's quite a few of them. They must, in some sense, be counting me. They note me as an entity, and they note my pets as an entity. And in the same sense, I think when I got this WhatsApp message from Alison saying a fox just pooped on my doormat, the fox is counting you. You are being counted by another entity. And this is something that Bill in the Moth Project as well, we sort of tried to entertain is, what would an animal count? How would they understand something like data visualization? Because it clearly wouldn't be the same data visualization that we would have. And again, this is an impossibility, but how do we begin to entertain that possibility? Because that may be where other things start to be opened up.
So my timer says that we've already talked for 10 minutes, but I want to talk about one more way that we have encountered and thought about impossibility. And that is actually by, we have so many cool slides. That is by working with the literary and by actually like trying to use creative methods, or in this case, creative writing, to imagine an impossible, to make an impossible a possible. And it's a kind of speculative test of a what if. And the what if in this case, we assumed that the what if was actually a city that was a good city, that had a good state. This is one of the things that is never really allowed in critical social theory, which is to imagine, like, what if power were actually not inherently terrible? What if power were not inherently corrupt? What if we had a government that was actually intended to do the counting in both directions? So we imagined a future smart city that tried to take account of more than humans, but also was still counting them. And then we imagined what might transpire. So there are 2 short stories in this chapter, and one of them is this one, which is called The Census. And I will leave you a couple of moments to try to read this if you're able to. It's not very long. But just to say that this is a scenario in which we have a creature who is trying to act as a good citizen, be counted by the state, exercise their responsibilities, but who is not able to be fully captured by the mechanism of the state. I think we're done.
Does anyone have any questions, comments, statements? And Alex?
I think this is really fascinating. I'm just wondering that when we say, for example, an ideal smart city that accounts for other species, aren't we kind of taking technology for its function rather than considering that that technology was result of a lot of other social things? So a perfect scenario of us living with other animals might not even be counted as a smart city or need smart technology as such. How far this speculation goes in questioning the current setup of our thinking about us, technology, and environment? Thank you.
That's exactly the kind of question that I would want you to ask. So obviously there's quite a mechanical idea of to be counted, a numeric one in which, and this prevails in the neoliberal society, that it is the only way to sort of demonstrate our participation is through the numeric count. But we also know that there are other ways to be counted, to be present, to show a presence in others' lives. And so I would want to ask that question: are there other modes of counting that we are not taking seriously in the neoliberal project that is the smart city? But let's begin by unpacking that idea of to be counted to begin with. It's a normative practice that misunderstands, of course, the nuance and subtlety and values in life. So I think the question you ask is precisely the one that we would want to invite through the chapter.
Yes, that's right. And there are 2 stories. One is about the census, and the other one is about the consequences of censing the non-humans in the city, and has 2 city planners as main characters. So I hope you enjoy it if you're able to read it, and thank you for listening to us.
Hi, sorry, I have to stay here because I'll see if I can move. Can I lift these up maybe? Yeah. Or move it. Okay. Oh, it's a light. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you. Hi, I'm Clara Mancini. I'm professor of animal-computer interaction at the Open University. So for the past 13 years, I have been researching the methodological, ethical, and political challenges of designing technology for and with animals as a way of reducing impacts on animals, advancing their interests, and changing the way we think about design, treat other species, and approach sustainability agendas. However, our chapter was dealing specifically with issues of justice, and I'm just going to give you a very, very sort of high-level overview here. So in response to the pressures of continuing urban development, smart sustainable cities are expected to integrate advanced information and communications technology within sustainable urban infrastructures to monitor and analyze urban phenomena, to plan and manage access to resources and services in order to meet the environmental, economic, social, and cultural needs of citizens with equity and inclusivity. In the most imaginative designs of smart sustainable cities, built infrastructures and lush vegetation interweave to create wonderfully inviting spaces, promising to provide perfect environments for life to thrive. But in these visions, aspirations of an equitable and inclusive enjoyment of the benefits afforded by urban living appear to be still fundamentally limited to humans. In particular, animals seem to be absent from such futuristic utopias. However, as urban development continues to encroach on the natural world, animals continue to move into cities. And of course, although some species have adapted to living in urban settings, they are often treated as a nuisance or a threat. When conflicts of interest between humans and animals arise, they are often resolved by dispatching the animals, except for a few protected species. Animals' presence in cities is usually tolerated only if they seem to add value to humans' experience without affecting human interests. And for those animals whose presence is tolerated, cities are often inhospitable, whether by design or by indifference. However, cities are increasingly the only places where humans can experience interactions with other species and develop mutually and beneficial interspecies relations that foster positive attitude towards nature. So this makes cities having a key role to play in biodiversity conservation. So our argument in the chapter is that smart sustainable cities should acknowledge animal dwellers' citizenship. So for this, we refer to Martha Nussbaum's capabilities approach to multi-species justice. So a leading political philosopher, Nussbaum argues that animals are agents capable of dignified existence with corresponding needs for flourishing and related goals that they actively pursue to achieve species-specific capabilities to which they are morally entitled. These include, for example, staying alive and maintaining one's bodily health and integrity, or having control over one's environment, etc. The approach does not demand interspecies equality, but rather it requires the fulfillment of animals' capabilities to an adequate threshold as relevant to their species. It also requires that the non-essential capabilities of some animals, including humans, be limited to enable the fulfillment of other animals' essential capabilities. So grounded in this approach, we propose in the chapter that just multi-species smart cities should recognize animal dwellers' entitlement to a dignified and flourishing existence according to their species' needs, and afford them with equity and inclusivity the opportunity to pursue biological goals relevant to their capabilities. Similar to human goals, these might include environmental goals, such as building, inhabiting, and traversing structures, economic goals, such as acquiring and maintaining resources, social goals, such as forming and maintaining social groups, and cultural goals, such as gaining and transmitting knowledge and skills. To pursue their goals and take advantage of existing opportunities, though, animals need to be able to interact with their surroundings effectively. And to do so, they need to be able to make sense of environmental elements within their world model, as informed by their capacities of perception and interaction. For example, and this was also mentioned earlier by one of the speakers, glass surfaces are hard for birds to perceive under certain lighting conditions, causing the misperception that they can fly through and often leading them to crash to their deaths. Birds may also perceive that building window sills afford perching on and may wish to take advantage of that, only to be prevented from doing so by deliberate interventions such as spikes. Conversely, structures such as species-specific wildlife crossings enable animals to make sense of a passage and safely traverse spaces to reach locations where they can find food, build shelters, socialize with conspecifics, and develop territorial knowledge. According to the animal sensing capacities and behavioral preferences, wildlife crossings may take different forms, from suspended bridges for squirrels to dark underpasses for bears or hedgehogs to wide vegetated overpasses for deer. But how to determine what capabilities and goals different species value and when these are adequately fulfilled? How to identify species to be considered and how to decide which species needs to prioritize? How to reconcile conflicting needs among species and determine ways to compensate for lost capabilities? How to negotiate existing local relationships, values, and beliefs with animal justice principles? How to unambiguously communicate relevant affordances to different species? So to address these and many other questions, the multi-species smart city, as an actor itself, as an independent actor itself, could develop gradually and iteratively by leveraging information and communication technologies throughout its development cycles, starting small with one species or two in a location or two, and gradually expanding to encompass entire urban ecosystems. With citizen participations, perhaps, which would foster a sense of a culture of caring and sort of mutual responsibility, multimodal sensors could capture large amounts of data to shed light on species presence, assemblages, behaviors, and preferences for feeding, nesting, and socializing, and crucially, on affordances and dangers the city presents for them. Considered data processing approaches could help interpret collected data in a context-sensitive way. For example, animal behavior data could be combined with existing ecological and ethological knowledge to define species-specific goals based on what local animals seem to value, to determine whose capabilities are currently met, and to identify the best possible trade-offs to afford a minimum threshold for all as far as possible. Findings could inform design solutions considering local multi-species and socio-cultural perspectives. Solutions could include mobility regulation systems that allow safe crossing for different animals, or sporadic feeders that respond to periodic changes in resources availability, or even buildings that alter their shape to respond to the needs of various species. Implementation of these solutions could include infrastructure features embedded into the design of the city, such as green corridors or animal crossings or water sources, or influence planning decisions such as where and how the city should expand or regenerate, dynamically responding to the needs of multiple species over time and space. As design decisions are implemented, the city could communicate its affordances to different animals in a species-specific way to allow them to make sense of their environment and interact with it meaningfully. For example, dangerous roads could communicate that a dangerous road could communicate that it does not afford crossing in some areas, but that it does afford safe crossing in others. So in conclusion, as we know, the human species is but one among countless threads weaved through an infinitely complex web of life that sustains all species. Blinkered by anthropocentric interests and empowered by anthropocentric technology, we have profoundly disrupted its delicate structures and severely undermined its functioning. There is now, as we know, an urgent need to use our technology to find sustainable forms of multi-species coexistence to prevent the ecological collapse that threatens all animals, and including humans among them. So cities are ecological microcosms. They're both metaphor and metonym of the way we coexist with the multi-species individuals, and I'd like to highlight individuals, who inhabit the planet. So as urbanization continues to increase, sustainable smart cities must recognize the citizenship of animal dwellers and afford them, with equity and inclusion, opportunities to attain their basic capabilities. So this is important because it could redefine our relationship with other species, not only within cities, but also outside cities. So our final message in the chapter is that beyond improving urban living and urban environments, the value of designing just multi-species smart cities is that it could provide a model for achieving ecological justice and sustainability for the planet as a whole. So, and that's a very brief overview of our chapter. If you want more details, we also have 2 case studies in there in 2 different cities where animals and humans tend to have a more cohabitative relations. And so you can read the chapter if you want, or ask any question if you have any.
Hello, thank you. I have a question around your thoughts around charismatic animals and creatures.
Charismatic.
Yeah, so obviously, we know from academia and our own personal lives that majority of the focus tends to go on, animals that humans can relate with. And we see that even happening, right, in terms of justice as well. But at the same time, unfortunately, by anthropomorphizing animals, you get humans to care. And so I'm just curious, in the context of justice, what do you think the pros and cons are in leaning in to some of the more charismatic animals when just getting them a seat at the table is already a struggle?
Yes. I think that's a problematic. It can serve limited purposes. If, for example, you want to advocate for those particular animals, but I don't think it resolves the problem, the fundamental problem, which is that in order for us to consider somebody of value, we have to see that it's similar to us. I think that's the fundamental problem, or that in some way it has something that appeals to us, or that is, that is cuddly, or that is whatever. And I think that actually interventions that could invite human citizens to engage with the least appealing forms of the least appealing species, the species that are less charismatic, to try and discover their beauty. I think it's very valuable. It would be very valuable, and it gets much better to the core of the problem why we are in trouble. I think there are ways, and I think design, interaction design, all the stuff that we all, or some of us, work on, have a lot of potential in that regard to encourage that kind of relational approach and more personal approach to animals of all kinds. I don't think we need to anthropomorphize animals to understand. Sometimes that is used a lot as a term, and of course, if you talk to a biologist, to an animal behavior scientist, anthropomorphism is like it's like an anathema. It's something that is like a really dirty word, and some take the view that actually can be useful. I don't think you need to anthropomorphize. I think we know a lot already about other animals through science to know that what the fundamental things that they need, that they value, we don't know, there's a lot we don't know, but there's already also a lot that we know. And we can empathize with those things. We can empathize with that diversity already, because there are fundamental things that all animals want, including humans, which is to live, to not to suffer, whether we understand fully what suffering, joy, and these things mean, we don't know, but the more control we can give animals in our interactions with them, the more we have a chance to find out. And there actually are framework in animal behavior science, in animal welfare science, that can help us with that. That can help designers like us sort of approach these difficult problems of understanding and empathizing with the other. I don't know if this answers the question, but
just one more, and then we'll have to move on. We'll keep the rest of your questions, Sarah.
Hi, thanks. I have a question about your presentation. What was the thought or message you wanted to give by showing images of Singapore Garden by the Bay?
Sorry?
What was the message or thought you wanted to give by showing images of Singapore Garden by the Bay in your presentation?
So it's been really difficult to find photos of Jess's smart city that were copyright free. But the very pragmatic reason. But actually, Singapore has is a partly smart city as well. So there's smart intervention. So it was a good pick. And also, what I liked about this photo was which I found in a lot of these visionary sort of designs of future smart cities, was this combination of really sleek tech structures, build structures, and high-tech build structures, and the vegetation climbing along. So there was beauty in it, there was tech and nature, but vegetation, there were no animals in the picture. And that's the case a lot of the time, I think. So I don't know if that answered the questions, but...
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I leave it on, so you can use it.
Oh, yeah. So that's for you.
Can I talk into that thing?
You'd rather talk it? Yeah, you can talk into that. Yeah?
Can I check my video play sound?
Yeah.
Easy.
Do you want to?
Yeah, just click it and see that it plays.
No, absolutely. I'll get the sound.
Otherwise, you could log in on this, and I could bring it up on Vimeo.
Fine.
Curious to hear from all of you. Who are you?
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Good. Sorted. Oh, actually, can I talk into this one?
You'd rather
this
that
one?
or this one?
This one?
Yeah.
Could I just turn it on? Onto mic?
Yeah. Right.
Testing. Does it work?
So that one.
Yeah. Don't want to give everyone feedback. Okay, let me put my timer on so I don't overrun. Okay, well, my name is Lara Houston, and I'm a research fellow at the Global Sustainability Institute, and we're based at Anglia Ruskin University. So I'm really delighted to be here today to present this co-authored chapter on behalf of Anne Light, my colleague in the red, who's Professor of Design at the University of Sussex, and also Ruth Catlow here, and she's co-director of Furtherfield. That's an organisation that explores art and technology for eco-social change, which I love as a title. So our book chapter focuses actually on an arts project called the Treaty of Finsbury Park 2025. So maybe a lot of you know, because we're in London, that Finsbury Park, it's a large urban park in North London. It's got a really densely packed, super diverse human population, but also a diverse community of more than human living things. And what this means is that there's quite a lot of conflicting pressures on the park, on how it gets managed and for whom. So the artwork treaty actually consists of a series of live action role play games, and I'm going to call them LARPs for short in the talk today. And that's where people take on the perspective of another living being. So they really aim to get people, so that's arts audiences, park goers, thinking and talking about how more than human needs can really be considered in the governance of Finsbury Park and we think other urban parks. So Ruth, that you saw on the slide, devised these LARPs with her colleagues at Furtherfield, and Anne and I were embedded as researchers in the whole project, and that's thanks to the funders of this work, the EU Creatures Project, and I'll credit them again at the end. So the LARPs start with the following future scenario. It's the dawning of interspecies democracy, a new era of equal rights for all living beings, where all species come together to organise and shape the environments they inhabit in Finsbury Park and beyond. So this is supposed to happen in 2025, so we better get a move on, I think. So the first set of LARPs that we write about in the book chapter, they were really focused on creating this interspecies festival, and that was really a way to learn about the more than human dwellers of the park, to learn about their special talents, to appreciate our kind of interdependencies. And of course, we find it was the human population that needed the greatest amount of re-education about other species. So the mysterious sentience dial is a part of the fiction, and this is a magical technology that allows living beings to communicate. And of course, players are sort of just given this image and idea, and they determine exactly how this happens as the games unfold. So we started the LARPs actually online during COVID, which was a bit of an interesting experience. And then after lockdown, they've taken place in the park. And the last round is actually this September. So if you're in London around that time, you can go and check out the website and sign up to participate. So before the game, players are matched to a mentor species, a bee, dog, goose, stag beetle, tree, or grass. They're given masks and some help to develop their character. When they arrive and the game starts, they step in role and they begin to improvise. And I'm going to play you a short snippet of the online LARP to give you an idea of what happens.
Now I'm so curious to hear from all of you. Who are you and who do you represent? And what is your greatest talent?
I think my biggest talent is hurling other beetles into the air, but that's less appreciated by other species. It's just the female stag beetles who we like to see that, I believe, at least. And also I think what's appreciated is also just my fierce appearance.
So as you can see, that involves kind of this on-the-spot improvisation. And you can see genuine efforts to really understand the more than human experience. And of course, we've just had this really interesting discussion about anthropomorphism. And you can actually hear the way that the players sort of deal with the impossibility of becoming another through lots of very funny, ironic, and knowing play. So the LARPs don't really like to claim that Simon the stag beetle can speak for all stag beetles, but really, like Alex says, to take this thought experiment, to use playful encounters to play right up to the limits of impossibility, using humor and irony and lots of other interesting things to do that. So you can also see that the LARP really does kind of activate knowledge of species, whether people kind of bring that knowledge about stag beetles or they awkwardly get asked a question in the game and have to sort of stall and say, oh, actually, what is the special talent of a Canada goose? Which makes for an interesting role play.
No.
So in the book chapter, we really argue that treaty kind of enables these moments of intimacy to get co-created between human strangers, because most people at the LARPs haven't met before, but also kind of to these imagined more than human others. And you can see me here on the right playing my character Ruff the dog. And when I met this other dog, I actually really wanted to greet him in the normal way by sniffing his bottom. However, then I sort of faced this human norm of personal space. So I'm kind of trying to hold those tensions in my head at once. And I went for this shoulder nuzzle, and of course we circled each other then for some time nuzzling. So really in the game, people are thrown together into this situation of rethinking their bodies, what might they be like if they were more than human bodies, thinking about behavior and how long animals live or plants live, kind of aligning timelines, but really sort of ultimately taking a bit of a risk together and kind of experimenting with how they might connect with others on this kind of topic. So Anne has called this a kind of idea of participative intimacy, the quality of brief coming together to share an encounter that holds the seeds of transformation in it. So we kind of see treaty as a sensitizing tool that's really aimed at changing human perceptions and also their appetites to kind of care for other species, whether they're kind of appealing or unappealing, as we've heard. And psychologists have shown that when we step into other human shoes, when we take their perspective, it kind of boosts our ability to empathize. And I think a lot of research, including ours, is kind of interested in thinking about that. Does it work? How does it work for more than humans? And of course, I think the jury's still very much out on that topic. But what about the smart city, you say? Well, of course, smart city environmental monitoring, it really often rests on the presumption if we know about a problem, we'll come to care about it. If we collect higher fidelity data, we'll be better able to act on the problem. And these kind of logics of control that we see really oftenly. And of course, by now, the smart city is kind of an old enough concept and practice to know that these logics don't really hold. Sometimes we learn about something, get high fidelity data about it, and then totally extract it or open it up to extraction. Care isn't necessarily something that follows from knowledge about a more than human other. And we are kind of making this argument, I guess, coming from arts practice, that intimacy is missing from smart discourse, and we kind of try to recenter it, kind of what does that mean when we're thinking about the emerging idea of more than human design. So in the book chapter then, we're kind of highlighting the need for more than human design to raise these philosophical questions, as you all have done today, and really to consider these together intimately, how humans relate to other species, who has the right to life, what are these historical and present ideas of sentience that we inherit. And I guess we're really pointing towards play and playful more than human encounters as a way to give kind of place and focus and kind of context to these abstract, more philosophical ideas for kind of arts audiences, for park dwellers, for participatory designers. And I guess we're kind of still making this broader appeal beyond to processes beyond information, calculation and measurement, as Alex has said, and even dialogue actually, to think about embodied, temporary and kind of intimate aspects here. So just to sum up, kind of based on our work investigating kind of change-focused creative practices in the Creatures Project, we kind of finish our book chapter with these kind of enabling conditions that we think enables this intimacy to happen. A generous invitation to invite people in a way that will be appealing to them, a protected space for experimenting, you know, kind of being really radically open to what might happen, curious others with whom to connect, stimuli that challenge norms, but not kind of individuals' emotional security. So at the end of the day, we're talking about a treaty because it allows people to do one more step from human democracy into more than human democracy, not to propose more than human democracy as the solution, but to meet people where they are and ask them, hey, do one more step and keep doing those steps. We think that's really how change might happen in this space. And of course, reflection on the experience that embeds it in, as significant to people. So thanks so much. You can find out more about creatures here. And yeah, we're really delighted to be presenting our chapter today. Thank you very much.
Too popular. Thank you so much, Lara. I'm so excited just for this project and reading this chapter. I was actually living very close to Finsbury Park when this was happening, and I didn't get the chance to go, and I was so sad, and so I'm excited to hear that there's one in September. One question I had around, I guess, this intimate kind of, when you were playing these characters, were you, I know, how long did this sense of kind of intimacy with that character, the sense of sharing those, I don't know, embodied characteristics, these things, how long did that kind of, how long was that experience after the fact? And also, when there were kind of conflicting kind of tensions between different species in Finsbury Park, did those kind of biases and prejudices that might have occurred carry on as well? I'm just curious to see what that experience was like.
Yeah, definitely. So I think in the different more than human role plays that I've kind of been working on with Ruth, there's been different levels of immersion. Some of them really where people are in quite a short LARP where they're speaking as their more than human other in quite a full-on way, to like a much more dispersed day-long thing where what happens is what I started to call more than human small talk, where people kind of dip in and out. They might make declarative statements as their character, a goose, and then they would say, oh, hold on, you're grass, aren't you? And I eat you, so what does that mean for our relationship now? And then they would kind of slip, I think, between actually sort of these philosophical ponderings and then imagining their body as grass. Oh, am I one blade of grass, or I'm this multitude of grass in this lawn, in this Victorian park? What does it even mean to be grass in this park? Well, it's actually this very kind of specific, you know, decorative practice of having grass in England. So I would say it's like a very sort of up and down pattern as people kind of, you know, experience these passionate moments and then sort of go into these like discursive or reflective moments. Then I think after the game, does this persist? I guess on the one hand, we're really seeking to resist at all costs any sense that, like, I cannot tell you that this is going to result in behavior change on humans' part. And in fact, I even want to resist those logics, because I think as soon as we start to say, well, we've got this biodiversity crisis, it's super urgent, we need to prioritize what works. And of course, what works is kind of, you know, held to this knowledge regime that might be positivistic, it might be, you know, very kind of psychologized, it might be you know, based on calculation, as Alex said. So we sort of think actually we have to be quite careful about how we surface these practices in different, you know, knowledge worlds. Like, can we recommend this practice? No, like maybe what we're recommending is actually these, you know, more general ideas about how you might stage a playful encounter. So yeah, maybe that's a good way to end.
Thanks. You know, I also lived very close to Finsbury Park for some time,
And this is it's not a devil's advocate question, but this is a hard, difficult point I'm going to raise. But in those the LARPing you're doing, it didn't involve the human element. And so I remember this instance is somebody, I think you said that there's a kind of human capture around Finsbury Park of the issues, of which there are many. And one issue was when it was a human-on-human crime in Finsbury Park. Someone died, was killed, and I remember they were walking through Finsbury Park after dark, and at the time, when I read the story, I thought, how could this have been stopped? Could we have very well-lit pathways through the park and cameras and all these things? But obviously, if that were the case, the biodiversity in Finsbury Park, I'm sure it would throw it off completely. Then another thing would be like, well, tell people not to walk through Finsbury Park after dark. I know that I'm scared to walk through anywhere near Finsbury Park, 10 yards in Finsbury Park after dusk, and I'm very afraid. So did you have any of these sort of counter kind of issues or things when you were talking about the more than human aspects of the Finsbury Park kind of experience and festival when it includes the human captured aspects?
Yeah, I think that was really interesting how the LARPs evolved. So I think the first LARP after lockdown, we were all busted out into the park, like sort of blinking, and we sort of had an experience like maybe like trying to recreate awe. And so Ruth would be like, right, you're in the New Forest, as imagine this. And actually it was just a small flower bed of young trees, some of which had died because they hadn't really been kind of having enough water, and loads of dogs had peed on them actually, which was a problem for them. And we were sort of trying to conjure this reverie, and then we would turn around and there would be like traces of human mating after dark, and it was just impossible to kind of sort of create this very, like, I think you know what I'm getting at, like this wilderness experience of the awe of nature. And I think as time went on, more and more of the human concerns kind of intruded into the park, and we sort of really welcomed those. I think Ruth did a really good job of kind of folding those in. There were a lot of really difficult conflicts about having festivals in parks, which is very common across London. And I think that was a really interesting element because it really did bring this idea of a treaty to life, like actually those direct conflicts where people were really able to, get to those issues in their characters. That was a really, because those were naughty problems where instead of having an ambient experience of being a goose, you could actually say how disruptive it is. We know now that noise pollution stunts baby birds inside their eggs. So it's a massive issue. So kind of the more than even the sort of human political discourse then could be really well augmented by the more than human perspective and kind of surfacing those impacts that people don't necessarily take very much account of when they're kind of arguing on the Facebook friends group. If it's anything like Victoria Park where I live, there's like these really interesting human political spaces where these conflicts blow open. So I think, yeah, we started off maybe a bit pure and then the human political conflicts came in and that actually had a really good effect. Okay, cool.
Do you have HDMI?
No, I have a USB-C.
Do you
Sure. Cool. Yeah, that's my test on it. It's not funny.
There you go.
Hold on, I need to play with my
Have you got
sound.
sound?
Yeah. I really must control, right?
Yeah, desktop. I think we
So
can
which
all-
one would it be? Exitron?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it. Yeah. You can all relate.
Yeah.
Give it a tap. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, cool. Okay, so our chapter has a kind of weird provenance. So we were asked to be part of the Moth Cities project that Sara ran, which was a really cool initiative that brought a bunch of people together, and really the key activities were a bunch of on-site workshops in community gardens and outdoor spaces where we thought together about what more than human smart cities might be. But the work I'm showing here happened before those workshops. For various pragmatic reasons, my group, the Interaction Research Studio, did the bulk of our work before the workshops happened. And what we did was create what we call a design workbook that provided a resource for the workshops and kind of fed some of the dialogues we have. So design workbooks are a kind of method that we've used for many years in my group. And I'm just going to kind of introduce them briefly. They're basically collections of what we call design proposals that allow us to explore a design space. Design proposals themselves are really simple. So they're usually just combinations of simple images and words in various combinations, and they're meant to indicate or explore directions for future designs. When I say they're simple, I mean it. So this is a proposal that's just based on a found image of some kind of gizmo. Equally, the words can be simple. So this is a, whoops, you're one behind me. Sorry. They can also, sorry, in this proposal, this is an image that's built up of a collage of simply a corkscrew and an ashtray, but it's meant to illustrate a proposal for a camera that you can shoot up into the air to see yourself in a wider context in order to kind of put yourself in a perspective and your problems in perspective. Sometimes the words can be really simple. So this is a proposal for a device that would translate birdsong into human speech, which was designed for a woman who kept 24 parakeets in one of her rooms of her flat. And that proposal was captured simply by the title, most simply by the title, tweet to text. So these proposals are extremely kind of simple ways for us to point in design directions, and they're meant not to provide kind of really detailed descriptions of those things, but instead to point our imagination in certain directions. And the way workbooks work is that we collect masses of these proposals together and usually organize them post hoc to capture various themes and ideas that are coming out through the proposals. And that's what a workbook is. It's a very emergent process for building a design space. And that's what we decided we'd do within the Moth Cities project. But our workbook was a little odd because usually when we build workbooks, we know we want to make things. The end result is that we will design and make actual physical artifacts. And in this project, we knew we wouldn't. We probably would not be able to. And that meant our proposals kind of got a little weird because they weren't grounded in things we might make. They weren't particularly grounded in a great understanding of more than human issues either. We were pretty new to the field. And instead, we kind of, our imaginations wandered and they became a little bit more like stories and a little bit magical. Anyway, we collected, we did produce a workbook, and the workbook we collected had a total of about 70 different proposals. Obviously, I'm not going to describe them here, and we didn't write about them all in the proposal, in the chapter, and instead what we did was kind of take a meandering walk through some of the highlights of the proposals that we thought were interesting. And in the chapter, tried to construct a narrative through those proposals that would bring them together and expose the logic. So again, this was a very emergent process. And in fact, I'm just going to try to go through recreate a précis of that logic through a few proposals now. So to start with, one of the first proposals that we talk about is, and this is more like a probe, is called What About Snail Rights? And the request of the reader is that you listen to Moondog repeatedly while pondering the squashed snails on the tarmac, a human made surface for, for human reasons. And for your delight, I brought a short snippet of the Moon Dog song, just so you know what we're talking about. It's called Enough About Human Rights.
Enough about human rights. What about whale rights? What about snail rights? What about seal rights? What about eel rights?
Okay, that goes on for 3.5 minutes, and it is a brilliant song, and I heartily recommend it because I think it's sort of the theme song of this kind of work in my mind. So that's the proposal. It sets the scene. We should be thinking about other creatures. How do we do that? This is another kind of probe-like proposal where we suggest finding a site, finding a neighborhood, and just pondering how animals live there. Where do they go to eat? Where do they go to be together? Where do they go to avoid each other? Where do they go to have sex, have children, and die? And that kind of encounter with the space, we suggest, starts to allow you to look at urban spaces quite differently than we tend to do. We built on that a bit. That led us to think, well, what if animals could tell us some of those things themselves? So this is a proposal for mail drops that, for instance, that animals could make, where they could simply write, animals in the trope goes would create these little introductions of themselves and about their lives and the things they care about that they could distribute to their human neighbors to get to know each other better. And there were kind of a few proposals along these lines of allowing animals or non-humans to introduce themselves and get to be known better by humans. But at some point, frustration grows because you realize that animals can't do this. And really, if there were to be mail drops, they'd be made by humans representing animals. And as one of the questioners pointed out earlier, that's deeply problematic. It's really questionable whether humans can adequately represent animals. So in frustration, we came up with another proposal, which one I find really attractive, which is the proposal that we simply share cities with animals by agreeing that humans should live inside and animals should get the outdoors. And just do that separation and have done with. Now, again, this is not without precedent. There's been architects who've suggested things like arcologies, or even the line, the 100-kilometer city that is supposedly being developed in Saudi Arabia is an example of trying to cluster humans to allow nature to have more room. But this is we recognize that this is a proposal that probably won't come to fruition very quickly. So at least in the meantime, we look at other ways that humans might coexist in the city with animals. This is not from our workbook. It's a bit of a background. This is an image of green corridors in the city, which was brought up earlier, the idea of contiguous green spaces that animals, non-humans can move around. And the problem, green corridors are great, but the problem is that not all species can use them effectively. So generalist species can move from area to area, but more specialist species tend to find it difficult to move between different terrains. And part of the question, too, is how they know where to go. So we proposed the possibility of developing signposts for non-humans, obviously not taking the form shown here, but the question is how can we communicate with non-humans using scent or sound or possibly visual cues. As Clara said, what are the affordances for them in an urban environment? We also go further and think, well, if we're going to communicate with animals, perhaps we should also be collecting data for them more directly. So this is a proposal to basically data scope Amazon purchases to try to identify areas of a city which are more or less friendly to non-humans and find some way to communicate to allow animals to get access to and benefit from that data directly. And finally, if we're talking about allowing animals to use data, we think that it should be possible for non-humans to take advantage of a wider range of technologies more generally. And that's captured by this proposal, which is a bit whimsical, for an autonomous taxi that would drive around the city and invite wandering hedgehogs then to be transported to more friendly green areas. So that is a kind of really small sample of the workbook that we created and the kind of logic that we developed through the chapter. And I have to admit that when we got to the end of the chapter, the kind of logic that emerged was more radical than I expected it to be, and yet it was quite compelling. And we captured it in a manifesto as shown here, which I won't read to you. But this manifesto starts to argue about what we need to do to create really equitable, smart cities. And for instance, ends with the point that we need to learn to speak and listen to non-humans. And I want to make a couple of points about this manifesto. So one point is, as I said, it was way more radical than I thought when I started. So this whole process was remarkably emergent for me, but it led me into this point where this just is what the workbook was saying. And it seemed to me to be a bit crazy. Although now I'm finding that these are issues and arguments that lots of people have been making, including in this room, and that's kind of really heartening. The other thing that became clear to me is, or that puzzled me, is that despite the fact that it seems possibly impossible, it also seems really compelling. So I found myself thinking, this is really odd, but I can't deny any of this. And it's actually been quite transformative for me, this whole project, in how I think about possibilities for living with non-humans. And I'll just leave you with a quote that I found inspiring with regards to this, which is from the animal ethicist Peter Springer, who in an interview said, if somebody answers, well, nobody's going to do it, I don't think that's an answer at all. And so that's our chapter. Please look at it. Thank you.
Thanks, really nice ideas and project. I'm wondering, when you're going in this design future exploration, where do you put the limitation between science and completely imaginary? So how much science influence, or like, how much of the science do you take to develop these imaginaries?
It varies, and yeah, it varies a lot. So typically when we do workbooks, we keep things plausible. So we keep things, because we want to find directions we can build, we're grounded towards a kind of plausible reality that is within our technical and skills and all that. This was different, as I said. And so a lot of the proposals we developed were based on research of various sorts. It was based on discussions with our colleagues in the project and on outside research, including, which we consider quite broadly to include things like popular press or movies or whatever, But others were much more ungrounded, like the hedgehog taxi, or even, but what was interesting about that is, even though some of these things are kind of magical proposals, I don't see them as proposals so much as questions or imperatives. And so they become, the kind of magic nature of them is, it's more like a design brief. It's what we need to figure out. It's not what the proposal is saying we can do. It's what we think we maybe need to do. And that's how I found them to be quite useful.
I'm curious, what do you do with these proposals? Do you do any validation of practicalities of these proposals, and how they could actually be made real?
Yeah, I mean, they're not, I don't think validation is the right word. What have we done with these proposals? Well, they're in a chapter. I'm sure I've talked about them here and elsewhere. They're ways to think. They're kind of questions and ways to think and ways to discuss the issues. For me personally, they've been, I'm kind of embarrassed, but working through those proposals in that chapter has been fairly transformative to my life. As a small example, I've become a vegetarian, right? But it's also affecting how I want to take my research forward. And that's personal, so maybe that doesn't matter much, but I think that these kind of proposals and this kind of stuff can equally affect the way other people think about the world, even if they never go on to build, say, an autonomous taxi for hedgehogs. Yeah. We're trying to get funding. Yeah, imagine.
I would love to know from your perspective and creating the manifesto, what is the end goal of considering the non-human? Is it more caring for the earth or longevity of human life on earth or cohesion of us and environment? What is the...
To me, I mean, to be honest, I think that to me, it's really a matter of justice. It's a matter of saying that we are kind of, as a species, we're remarkably surprised, anthropocentric, and we constantly put human interests in front of other living beings, and that's just wrong, you know. And so it's like, I mean, not to bang on about it, but the bottom line of why I've become vegetarian is because I don't want to kill creatures, you know. And it has health benefits, it has ecological benefits, but the core thing is one of justice towards the other living beings we share the planet with. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think in my head I'm just going for like, okay, justice, but then does that mean the benefit for us or for Earth or?
I think it's the benefits for the non-living creatures. I don't want to instrumentalize this myself. I don't want to instrumentalize the work. So I don't want to see the reason that we should do more than human design is that it will benefit humans, because that's weird, you know.
And was there any?
Yeah. Sorry. Thanks.
So I think we need to move on to our next speaker, but we can continue the questions and the conversation after. And we have these little booklets from the project. You're welcome to come and take a look as well. There's some more reflections there.
Oh my goodness.
Is this from your computer?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and then I probably... Should I just use this?
Do you want to?
I'll just use this one.
Do you use that?
Ooh, bang my teeth. Is that on?
No?
Yeah. Okay. So yes, thanks. It's fantastic to talk about these projects, having gone through the whole process of editing a lot of the work, and but also it was I had an opportunity to work with these scholars Mina Hendawi and Shaima Lazem to think about some work that I'd been doing in Palestine and about this notion of decentering in more than human design, and trying to sort of problematize it because it was something that was quite challenging to do in a conflict zone. And this is work from 2018 to 2020, and obviously things have changed then. So we're kind of writing this before the current conflict was exacerbated in Palestine and Israel. So our intentions with this chapter was to think about how smart cities are designed and theorized in non-Western contexts in particular, but also, as I said, problematize this idea of decentering as this kind of singular way of thinking about spatial practice in more than human design, and bring to bear on these ideas decolonial theories and issues of conflict and justice. So when we were trying to kind of orient towards the literature in more than human philosophies and theories, we kind of came up against this idea that actually acts of decentering embody these implicitly or sometimes explicitly these spatial concerns, the presumption that all humans are centered in that kind of process of needing to decenter. But also there was a kind of flattening of differences in social hierarchies that we were kind of struggling with when we were talking about issues related to Palestine. And that histories were sometimes perceived as problematic as something that we needed to not really consider if thinking about more than human design. And so our response to that was recognizing some of the literature was about recognizing decentering as a contradiction. It's a very kind of human thing to do, to think about centers and decentering and margins and peripheries. And so, you know, you can't really, can you really decenter the human? Because we're kind of doing that decentering, but also questioning who is doing that decentering, who is making that sort of move, and who is being decentered in that process. And also think about ways that we could investigate sort of methods for reimagining alternatives. So what were the ways in which decentering in more than human design could be kind of reimagined in conflictual or decolonial spaces. At the time when we started conversations about this, about the chapter, I was working with a group of colleagues at Northumbria University and Newcastle University and An-Najjar University in Palestine, looking at young Palestinians' responses to house demolitions, and we were coming up against a lot of work that was trying to grapple with Indigenous knowledge. What does Indigenous knowledge mean within the context of Palestine, but also within Palestinian East Jerusalem, which is a contested jurisdiction. So I don't know, these maps never really translate very well, but what you have here is the coloured zones are, the areas in colour are East Jerusalem. So to West Jerusalem is Israeli territory. East Jerusalem is under Israeli legislation, part of Israel's and Jerusalem municipality, but it's a contested under international law. The red line, the wiggly, very meandering line, is a separation wall that separates East Jerusalem from the West Bank. So the beyond here is a large wall, and the crosses, the circles are checkpoints. If you are Israeli, going through those checkpoints is much easier than if you're Palestinian. And you have to have certain like a passport identity card if you're Palestinian to pass through into the West Bank. So that just gives you a sense of, and this map, so the grey zones, we were working with a community up in the north part of East Jerusalem that was about to be zoned for a national park. And we were working with planning organisations within East Jerusalem to kind of look at ways in which communities could be more involved in that conversation, Palestinian communities. But what I've done is kind of take sections of the chapter to kind of highlight how some of these routes and passages, there's, you know, many of the communities that live, Palestinian communities, are no longer able to meet family members because of the wall, and they have to go through these checkpoints. But also the particular zoning of vacant areas as nature reserves and national parks. Often these have been left vacant due to inability of families to gain access due to annexation, dispossession and demolition. And this has been the benefit of green gentrification and tourism agendas at the cost of further spatial restrictions for everyday Palestinians. So many of those national parks are inaccessible to Palestinians. And a lot of the planning legislation that we were looking at was also can inadvertently damage pro-environmental efforts. So the introduction of new composite materials, the wall being a really good example. So it divides migration paths, reducing feeding habitats and seed dispersal. And those habitats can be replaced with very intensive infrastructure with unsympathetic materials than other more kind of traditional buildings. And so this has a real impact on those communities that are next to the nature reserves. And we've recently been talking to scholars in India about nature being used as a weapon in which to kind of divide, you know, for areas that have environmental protections can be completely excluded, the indigenous or local communities can be completely excluded from those spaces. And so it's then like, well, how does the smart city sit within that context of, you know, so there are agendas to embrace ideas of the smart city, but it's very much at the kind of a high-tech, architectural high-tech modernity that is practiced as a form of resistance in the face of ongoing colonial restrictions and spatiocidal injustices imposed by Israeli planning policy. So it is seen as an act of resistance. We've been talking about some of the high-tech modernity being a problem, and I think in some of the literature it talks about actually this is a response and actually gaining some control of data and representation that, that is important to also recognise. For the work that we were trying to do, we were starting to work with the planning organisation in around about the end of 2019. We got to January 2020, we created a set of resources and then lockdown hit and Palestine and Israel went into lockdown much earlier. So we never actually got to realise some of the ways of working and some of the methods that we were trying to develop with the organisation. So one of the things that we do in this chapter is kind of say, well, okay, how do we consider the kind of more than human in this context? And looking at ways in which it's interesting how many people sort of have, your work has talked about stories and the importance of stories. And so we started to look at the way in which science fiction, Palestinian science fiction, has been used as, again, as a form of resistance, and how that could be mobilized as a way of understanding what does a kind of more than human smart city look like or feel like in a kind of storied form. And we came across this idea of a dyschronotopia, so this idea of multiple hierarchicized time-space configurations in one tiny geographical place. So in the chapter, what we try to do is kind of come up with these different perspectives and tell these stories from the perspective of the land, but also from the perspective of a woman living next to a vacant plot of land that's been kind of zoned for a national park. But also drawing from these other literary traditions within Palestinian storytelling, thinking about how these ideas of loss are also enfolded into future traces. When the everyday is subsumed by political, material, or spatial symbolic violence, the future oscillates in people's imagination between hope and suspicion. So not trying to avoid thinking or thinking with the conflict is kind of trying to write these stories in a way that respects that conflict and that tension. And again, what we were trying to do is kind of how that aligns with these kind of anticipatory concerns of a lot of Palestinian authors and activists who argue for justice and sovereignty is yet to come despite segregation and violence. So it's this kind of hopeful move that despite the fact that we hadn't been able to do a piece of work, that we were able to kind of draw these things together in a way that tries to make sense of this process of decentering. What does it mean in the context of Palestinian sovereignty? So just in conclusion, so what we came up with was that it was not really enough to decenter, so we had to think about these multi-dimensional spaces, so expansion of centres and margins to geographical and geological depths and historical trajectories and social hierarchies. So we can kind of think about the sort of indigenous ways in which the 7 generations, in which you were kind of thinking back 3 generations, thinking forward 3 generations, thinking about the generations now. And also being mindful of that nature cultures are not always, they can further contribute to division and exclusion. And that's an important thing. I think it's something that we can take for granted when we're very nature conscious, or we're very thinking about how important it is, biodiversity, but it can be exclusionary. And also thinking about the alternative mechanisms of storytelling. So not just the kind of ordinary progressive storyline that resolves and is very neat, but one that embraces what Octavia Butler and Donna Haraway call wounded flourishing, that respond to ongoing conflicts and struggle. So thank you, and that's us.
Thank you for that. I also think it's so important that we talk about non-Western examples such as this. So my question is building on that. So for quick context, I was in the social innovation space for a decade in the US. I'm now doing research on speculative design and futures. And this concept of future or time and temporality, right, is super important. I mean, it's always been important, but I think to your point, you know, you talk about spatial justice, but I also think it's about temporal justice. And so, you know, especially to your point, talking about indigenous concepts of time are so different than, you know, what Marx talks about of, you know, time in Western world is really a result of capitalism, right, and productivity. So just curious to you, blue skies, what does temporal justice look like in this context and in your research?
So I think that there's, so the different communities that we worked with, so some of them were not in urban centres, so some of them were much more rural, and they had a completely different relationship with time because it's marked by 1948 when they were moved off the land. And so, and that kind of what we've been talking about with actually the work that I'm doing at UAL at the moment at University of Arts London is thinking about this idea of 7 generations. And so for Palestinian communities in particular, that kind of fits that there's a moment in time that it's hard to, that has to be acknowledged. Beyond that has to, you know, before that has to be acknowledged, because there was a time obviously before 1948 that kind of leads up to that point in time when communities are dispossessed of their land. But there's also this, there's a sense that things will and have to change. You know, and talking to young people, that sense of change is very different depending on where they are and what, you know, and what communities they're attached to. So I think there's, I guess the thing is, it's not thinking about space or time. Those are inextricably linked, and sometimes with the sort of more than human paradigm, because it's like if you're decentering, then you're kind of saying you can't think about things that are human because you're trying to think about the relational, but actually time, you know, when you're working with specific communities that have connections to the land, that sense of time and connecting to ancestors, whether that's your grandfather, your great-grandfather, or the ancestor of the land itself, then that's really, really important. Hopefully that kind of answers the question.
Hi there. Thanks very much. I'm really happy that you kind of brought this particular example. I was actually going to ask about Gaza anyway. So even before you kind of the presentation, and I guess my question is really, you know, I think what we're seeing in Gaza in the moment seems to be a sort of people being treated as less than human So, going much further than decentering. So I was just wondering whether there is something in this treatment of less than human that might allow us to think slightly differently about this phrase more than human. And I kind of also think about it in terms of this kind of appeal to rights, justice, policy, and democracy. We've had a lot. I mean, most presenters today have kind of appealed to some kind of external justice. And I just wondered if there's something about the definition of more than human, less than human, and this appeal to justice. Is there something in ways of working without a benevolent political system, or that might be transformative of these kind of political systems? I mean, I don't know if that kind of comes directly from your work right now, but I wonder, you're talking about a kind of an indigenous kind of logic that you were talking about, and I think that's very interesting, but there's also a kind of a language logic that's going on right now, and I just wondered if there's some interfacing between those that you might reflect on.
Yeah, that's a really big question. And yeah, I don't know what the answer is, but it's a really, really good question about the sort of logics. So my interpretation of what you just said, the kind of logics of language and the logics of things like justice and rights, is that?
Sorry, it was a bit rambling.
No, but I think it speaks to the kind of complexity, because we worked with, we were saying we worked with legal scholars during this process, and there was a real, within Palestine, who have a real distrust for international legal mechanisms, because they're just, well, you can see they're just not working. But they do have trust in the local justice system, even though that's not working either. And so, again, the way that, I'm probably not answering the question at all, but yeah, I think it's really interesting, the sort of the logics of how we talk about justice is something. I think doing this project, it was like, what does it mean, in context where you have very clear judicial systems that are so complicated that it's very difficult to understand, but also they're not functioning, at an international level or at a national level. So, how do you then engage, with systems of rights or justice, because they're not working. Thank you.
Do you want this one or that one?
I can hold this one quickly.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that long. Why is it not coming up? Is it?
Maybe it just takes a second.
Maybe just do it again.
Yeah, it's coming.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm quickly going to do a bit of a teaser trailer advertisement for chapter 12 in our book. And I think it connects a little bit to that discussion, just the previous question about the temporal dimension that you asked. I think it's just a privilege to be in the School of Design at QUT, but probably very similar in any kind of School of Design, because design always is asking a lot of questions at the same time as it's working towards answers. And so design often works together with another domain, whether it's education or business or planning or cities or whatever have you. In this case, I started to become very interested in law, and particularly through conversations with a friend of mine who specializes in earth jurisprudence. So whilst she studied the more Western ways, the even maybe Westminster system, I don't know if that's like a particular paradigm in law. So traditional lawyer, but has been very much working in the space of rights of nature and earth jurisprudence. And one of the discussions that we've had was around time, and not only some of the dimensions of time that Rachel just alluded to, prompted by that really timely question, but also the conundrum between the urgency required for us to respond to a lot of these meta crises that we are facing, at the same time, the longer term thinking required. And one of the notions that we've been debating is that of cathedral thinking. And that's going to be my next destination, funnily enough, in Barcelona. And I just quickly Googled it. It says there that the Sagrada Familia has been under construction for 140 years, with the work beginning back in 1882. It's now in the final phase, and it is expected to be fully completed by 2030 or maybe 2032. So the notion of cathedral thinking is about the fact that the designers, the architects, the original way that ideas get conceived are taking much longer than their realization. And it is in contrast to a lot of the more mainstream thinking in society that is about efficiency and optimization, as we've heard. It's about election cycles and the kinds of governments that are in place, and then the next kind of period. And also our schedules. And there's probably an element of induced demand in that as well, because whilst we are looking for efficiencies, quickly those efficiencies from us doing things better get taken up by us then doing more things rather than focusing on family or looking after our health or looking after our families or looking after other than humans that surround us. So in this chapter, we started off with this. We looked at cities from a longer term point of view. We were inspired by a recent book that is all about a good ancestor, and that phrase is also used in the Aboriginal communities in Brisbane. And I had the great privilege of working here with Mary Graham, who is both a researcher and academic at the University of Queensland in Brisbane, but also an Aboriginal elder originally from Helensvale at the Gold Coast. And Mary specializes in comparative philosophy. So she specializes in both Western philosophy and Aboriginal philosophy. So the chapter is structured in 3 parts, really. And my role was actually quite modest. I've been pushing them both to write something for our book, and then we did this kind of deal, and because both of them said, Mary said, well, I don't know anything about cities, and Michelle said the same thing. And so I said, okay, well, I'll try and curate what you have to say to make it relevant for the context and framing of what the book is about. And so Mary's section is first, and in that section she talks about some of the basic principles around ontological and epistemological foundations of Aboriginal thinking. And one way that is very illustrative is to compare the bioregions of Australia with the way Aboriginal societies and nations have been governing and organizing themselves for over 60,000 years. So this map here shows bioregions, which is a much more scientific approach to look at a map. So the different regions depict patterns around, for instance, river systems, temperatures. There's various hot areas in the center around deserts, and the fauna and flora that have adjusted and adopted to that way of life. If you then compare this with this map, which made it into the book as well, which is the map of Indigenous Australia, and it traces some of the nations in Australia, you can see that a lot of those traditional owners and Indigenous communities have actually been organizing themselves in a much more compatible way to bioregions by the virtue of having this much more, harmonious relationship and attunement with their environment. If you then look at the way that the country is structured these days, we are dealing with urban zoning, we are dealing with state boundaries, we are dealing with borders that cut across a lot of these boundaries. And sometimes these boundaries are quite ad hoc and quite arbitrary. So it could be that a particular natural ecosystem has responsibilities with one jurisdiction, and then you cross it 1 meter further and you're in another jurisdiction, which has implications for the way that these areas get maintained. So this is a picture of Mary. In the first section of the book, She talks about Aboriginal law and ethics. And to just give you a bit of a teaser, some of the principles she talks about are on this slide. In Aboriginal law, the two most important kinds of relationship in life are firstly those between land and people, and secondly those amongst people themselves, the second always being contingent upon the first. So the first laws are the land is the law, and the second laws are about kinship, custodianship, locality, achieving balance, separating power and authority. Everyone belongs and the landscape is alive. So this much more relational way of thinking rather than this linear way of thinking, which is more common in the Western world, is then the basis in our chapter to think about further about governance systems and how we might want to change our perspective and our approach to the way that cities operate. And so that's where the second part comes in, which is that by Michelle. Michelle, as I said, is originally from a law background, but has been specializing in Earth jurisprudence. She's the head of the Australian Earth Law Alliance, which is a community group and charity that has been advocating for rights of nature in Australia and running a lot of workshops and training sessions and awareness campaigns about this. And so the third part that then translates this and gives a bit of an example of a practical kind of case of how some of these more theoretical and philosophical concepts can be translated into something practical is the Green Prince approach. And the Green Prince approach has a number of steps. In the interest of time, I won't go through them all. In the book, there's a bit of a more detailed explanation, and you can also go to that website, greenprince.org.au, to understand what they entail. And the website also has a resources section that enable people to download and use some of the scaffolding, some of the training materials, some of the background in order to go through those steps. But what it's trying to do is, going back to those maps, it's actually trying to enable groups of people that want to play a more active role in the stewardship of local areas, of creeks, of ecosystems and so forth, to better understand what their roles and responsibilities can be. And these steps are like a guiding principle in order to enable them to do this kind of work. And I might leave it at that, because I think as a bit of an advertisement for the chapter, it's probably enough to whet your appetite to perhaps download it and read it. But I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I have a question which is not directly related to this chapter, but it reminded me of it, especially the first part that you described. In New Zealand, there was the first river that was given legal rights and acknowledged the rights of the river with all physical and spiritual parts of it. Is that being considered in Australia, and do you think it's the way forward?
So the example in New Zealand has been really interesting, because my understanding is that both in the cases in New Zealand, but also in India, for instance, the Ganga River has also been given legal personhood. Those are all examples of one particular way of enacting rights of nature, and it has faced criticism because it's actually not really changing the law. So it's actually borrowing from the way that we think about corporations. Like, the idea of a corporation is that it's a body of a body as in a person, that it gets incorporated, and so that the law can deal with it as if it's its own entity. So you can sue it, it can own things, it can go bankrupt. And the board of directors then are responsible to a certain degree, although there's also various ways that they can escape their responsibilities, which we see in the news all the time. So the fact that we now use that existing system of incorporation for river systems is actually evoking a whole bunch of problems and challenges, but also criticism. So the first question obviously is, now that this has been done, who's responsible and what are they going to do about their responsibility? Are they acting like a board of directors? How do they meet their obligations? Are they, looking at dashboards? How do they rule on applications that would impinge on the health and well-being of the river system and create justice? Are they, in essence, acting as quasi-judges when it comes to, for instance, environmental applications that will continue to happen as part of the industrialization of various areas, both in India as well as in New Zealand and other countries as well. So the rights of nature has also been anchored in the Constitution of Ecuador, I believe. So I think that is only one way of going about Earth jurisprudence, and in the book, Michelle has included references for people interested to follow up into that more legal literature that talks about other versions and other kinds of notions of Earth jurisprudence that is actually much more radical and, I suppose, transformative. It's not just taking a little bit of an easy way of using existing legal instruments, but it's trying to conceptualize what a legal system would look like if it was built from the ground up with Earth jurisprudence at its core.
Thank you.
Hi, so Australian government is quite promotive of maintaining nature. Do you think that they work with Aboriginal communities to push forward into how these more than human bodies like nature in terms of lakes and water, river, can be maintained the way that you're suggesting?
I think whether the Australian government is progressive or not is a little bit up to debate. I'm happy to tell you my view at the pub later after a beer and a high dosage of Xanax. I do believe that at the moment what a lot of the state as well as the federal government are still dealing with is the fragmentation of native title, which has some relevance and some overlap with what we are talking about here. Like for instance, just this week in the news is that a very large area just north of Brisbane, which is called the Sunshine Coast, has been bestowed native title for the Kabi peoples of that area. And that has been a fight that mob has led over, I think it's more than a decade. So it's quite a success that has now happened. Yet native title legislation in Australia is a federal matter, whereas the protection and the maintenance of parks and wildlife is a state matter. So there's already friction between federal and state. It then comes where the native title legislation imposes Western-style governance systems. So Aboriginal communities, once they have achieved native title, require what's called prescribed bodies corporate, which is again a particular governance system of having elected representatives that sit on these committees to then rule and incorporate their prescribed body corporate. And they take over from usually entities that are called land councils that were the ones in court fighting for the approval of native title in the first place. So then you can see it's creating quite a messy patchwork of legal entities that often take up a lot of energy when people are really just, like you and me, like only because you're Aboriginal in Australia doesn't mean that you want to be a lawyer or a company director, but the law kind of requires you and requires communities, and especially in remote areas where there isn't as many people to choose from in the first place, to then sit on these committees in their spare time. So I find it quite imposing, and the lack of considering the labor and the effort involved in doing this, at the same time that it is part of how the native title legislation has been introduced. That's not even scratching the surface on the financial side of now being, the responsible custodians for, I think, 20 or 30,000 hectares of land that requires fundraising and expertise in the financial management side. So it does come with a huge level of complexity that isn't my area of expertise, but it does relate to, again, this huge gulf and disconnect between the way that currently these natural areas are governed by various state governments as well as federal level overall, and the way that we are trying to approach a more than human kind of perspective here. Welcome back, everyone. We went a little bit over time. Thank you for sticking around all the way to the end of our symposium. Whilst I got the floor, I'd maybe just use this opportunity to specifically thank Sara and the whole team here at City for hosting us, for making this possible. Thank you to the volunteers for the catering and everything. Thank you.
And the student helpers as well.
The kind of irony of us talking about the capitalist system that we embedded in as part of the More Than Human Symposium is also kind of the fact that we've made this a free event, but the repercussions of these days in the post-pandemic environment of creating free events is that we had, I think, over 100 registrations and then over 50 cancellations. So sometimes it helps to at least, maybe charge a gold coin donation in order for people to make more of a firm pledge, which then helps with the catering order and us securing the right spaces and resources and venues. But it does show the interest that the event has generated, which is fantastic. So there's, yes, we don't want any food waste. This is a bit of an open question. What I thought we'd start with is for anyone to share anything that you'd feel comfortable letting the plenary, letting the group know, whether, for instance, you are part of an interesting network, or you have your own community group, or you have your own research project that is looking for study participants, or it's really, as a town, an opportunity for you to share information and make any kinds of announcements about maybe upcoming events that could be of interest to this community. I'll go first. Australia will be hosting, as we do every year, the annual AusCHI conference, which is the Australian version of CHI, Computer-Human Interaction. The call for papers and call for participation just came out. We're going to be hosting it in Brisbane at the University of Queensland, so it does entail quite a large carbon footprint for you to get to Australia. It's very worthwhile. We have very peculiar animals and also all the most toxic and venomous animals in the world, so it's good to experience all of them if you'd like. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because the conference theme this year is Beyond Human. It didn't adopt the more than human or other than human, so the terminology there is Beyond Human, and the call and the focus of the conference does adopt some of the language that we are using today as well. So I'm sure there will be keynote speakers and workshops and the doctoral colloquium and so forth, and a lot of the discussions in December will pick up on some of the things that we've been discussing as well. On behalf of Sara, I also mention again that there is a vacancy in Sara's big new fellowship, and I think there's a link in our booklet or on the website that you can find if you know of prospective candidates that are interested in working further. This is kind of dropping in and out a little bit, isn't it? Maybe I'll use that one. Yeah, so if you know about PhD graduates or PhD that are about to graduate. How's this? Is this better? Then please pass on that job vacancy to them as well. Whilst we're talking about the utopian future of this more common kind of environment these days, we're still looking at the precarious livelihoods of academics that do require jobs and an income in order to pay for their food and their rent. So there's an opportunity there. Now, that's already 2 examples. Would anyone else like to share anything that might be of more general interest? Any announcements, any opportunities, events, things? Yes, we'll go there first. I'll come here.
Hi, I'm Steph Wilson from the Centre for HCI Design here at City. I just want to mention that we're having our annual one-day conference on the 18th of September this year, which broadly speaking is on the theme of responsible design. It's a great event. Hoping we might get some of you to come along and talk, and if not, to attend. Bill has given a keynote at it in the past, a couple of years ago. Yeah, so I'd encourage you to look out for that. There'll be more announcements soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And over here?
Hi, I'm Mara. I'm from the School of Geography and the Environment from University of Oxford. I'm doing a research project on speculative practices in design to imagine more than human futures. So if anyone would like to participate, it's going to be an hour-long conversation, so 45 minutes, just to hear about kind of your practices and approaches, and then 15 minutes just to connect. My background, as I mentioned before, is social innovation, so I spent half that at the City of Austin Innovation Office. So actually we were the front office for smart cities, and I focused mostly actually on homelessness. And then I spent 2 years as a White House Presidential Innovation Fellow in 2 different presidential administrations. So if anyone's interested at all in connecting in those spaces and wants to learn how to use design in kind of the more social impact space, I'm also here to help and connect as well.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else would like to share anything? Yep. Yeah, we'll go to you. Oh, sorry, where's the microphone? Now, who wanted to say something? Oh, sorry, I'm getting confused by people pointing in different directions.
Hey, just for those of you who weren't here this morning, I'm Lauren and I'm a designer at Arup, which is a global design company. And I'm, through the work that I do, I'm trying to embed some of these more than human design practices in some of the infrastructure projects that we're working on. And I'm always really open to hearing about new practices and new processes and methodologies and things that people would like to try out in practice. We're hopefully getting some funding from different areas later this year to continue and build on the work that we've already started. So if people want to kind of see Arup as a place where you could test some of these ideas out, I'm always open to talking about that and how we might do that, and linking you to the different types of built environment projects that we're working on. So yeah, I think you can find my details on the event site if you wanted to reach out.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do you want to go to I'll go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to do a slightly different tack. I'm just going to set a problem if anybody's interested in a problem. I'm working around London airports. If anybody's interested in working in terms of airports, I have lots of focus on kind of working with people problems, if you like, but I'd be interested if somebody wants to come and engage with other kind of non-humans in relation to airports. Talk to me. My name is Christian. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Samahiwadi Nambiarachi. I'm a visiting PhD student. I'm from University of Melbourne and I'm visiting UCLIC and working with Professor Yvonne Rogers these days. I'm here for 6 weeks and I'm planning to do some co-design workshops, and my area of focus is on creating generative AI tools, AI creativity support tools for designers to access inspiration and support their design workflows. So if there's any designers or anyone who's interested in joining, I would like to have you and to know your thoughts and do something together. So just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
I'm a practitioner. Designing for smart cities, smart environments, using AI in the design and design for social change. If anyone would like to connect in this area, I would love to share my experience of global companies.
Oh, hang on. No, it was on mute. That's probably the problem. Okay, did we have another volunteer? Yes.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Nordman. I am a postdoc on a project called Ecological Citizen, where we're sort of working, looking at grassroots action towards ecological futures. And we also have funding calls. So we've just funded, done a round of fundings now that was with projects that will start now, and then we will have another funding round. It's a Network Plus project, so it's a project to fund other projects and research. So it might be relevant in this community as well.
Lara on the spot. What's happening in Crete?
Well, does it work? Okay. Creatures long title is Creative Practices for Transformational Futures, and it was an EU Horizon 2020 project. It began in 2020, 1 year before the COVID lockdowns, and the project aimed to understand what can creative practice, so art, design, and sort of social change, how does that help to seed and steer sustainable transformations? I think what we found in the project was that creative practitioners, if we know the work of Donella Meadows, a systems thinker, she has an argument that there are deep leverage points, for example, acting on people's values and worldviews, that these unlock the greatest system change. And I think we find in creatures that those are the levers that creative practitioners are really interested in. So I think you've seen a lot of work today that's kind of rethinking a paradigm from enlightenment to entanglement, or whatever words we want to use to kind of capture like what we're all sort of doing here today. We came up with a creatures framework because that was what we promised in the bid, and that was actually very difficult to move from entanglement into a framework, so that was a bit of a tricky one. But you can find some insights from the project on the website Creatures Framework, I think it's .org. And I think one of the most interesting tools that we created were 9 dimensions. Everything's a dimension, sorry, I just sort of think it's funny every time I say it. 9 dimensions for evaluation. So I think maybe all of us who are working on work that gets funded, in particular, we sort of meet these expectations from funders about what our work should deliver, what sort of level and scope of change that our change for focus work should produce, what kinds of indicators that we might be able to demonstrate. And I think a really interesting part of the project kind of tries to understand the different knowledge worlds that are coming together, the politics, and it creates kind of 9 ways to sort of think through your work. And I think it's really relevant for more than human people working in creative more than human fields. So I guess that's the key creatures takeaway. Thanks for the plugging opportunity, which is always.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. We're nearly at the end. I think the very final discussion is more about kind of what comes next. And obviously we all have our own personal kinds of to-do lists and papers and books and projects and so forth. But so the question is more about the collective, what comes next, whether people, for instance, have ideas of what you'd like to see happening as a collective. I also find it interesting to just have the discussion about whether that in itself is useful, because what I've also seen with previous initiatives is that once a collective forms, it creates kind of boundaries around something rather that then can be attractive, but also creating barriers for others. And so perhaps the view could also be that, this pluriversality of just having a much more looser connection of people from all sorts of different disciplinary backgrounds is the preferred way, rather than to kind of say, we'll have a website and Discord channel and Slack and mailing list, and you're all going to sign up as members, and Sarah's going to keep check on us on whether we've done our thing. I'm exaggerating, but you kind of see the other end of the extreme. So I'm kind of interested to hear what people are thinking, and perhaps also how you found out about today, whether this was entirely based on serendipity or whether there's more of a kind of system in place already, perhaps. Would anyone like to comment? Yes, Alex.
Well, first of all, thank you, Marcus, Sara, and is Rachel gone?
Rachel's coming back.
Rachel's coming back. But thank you for bringing us all together. And the book is a tour de force in the more than human and smart cities. So thank you. I sort of back to my proposition of the impossible. What I was struck by with Rachel's talk and yours, Marcus, was the ongoingness of the spaces we live in. That kind of vision of the smart city is so often one of rewriting space and erasing things that are in spaces, so they have to sort of start anew. That's almost what's required of them. And yet, I think both what you and Rachel show is that is probably rarely the case, that we have that opportunity. And if we're doing that, then we're probably doing something really bad if we're erasing things. And so I suppose my question, someone probably had to ask this, is whether the more than human is an adequate term, because it doesn't speak to that to me. There are limits to what we can say with that until it becomes something else. And I suppose, I don't know if other people have thoughts on this. The other thing is to say, I think there's an absence of something in this conversation, which is, for me, the more than human is about multi-species becomings. And I don't think that came up today, or even though I know it's in the book in places, and I know it's in the work that everyone does here. So what does the more than human reference, and what other terms might we have that start to encompass some of the sort of more political, historical, temporal dimensions that I think you've raised and Rachel's raised? And Clara, did you?
Well, from my part, I like the term multi-species. First of all, because it acknowledges the fact that we have all evolved. The history is not just human history; is a history of the planet, and it kind of equalizes everyone. So that for me, that's a term that I like particularly. More than human still has the human word in there. It's like we are holding on to this, we're not letting go. My sense, and I may be wrong, but my sense is that unless we forget about ourselves for humans for a bit, not that it doesn't matter at all, but we're not going to really seriously engage with what we need to engage to. So I like multi-species for that reason. And I like working with animals in particular, because the more than human has become a bit like anything goes, like rocks, robots, and glasses, or whatever, as well as animals and plants. And I think we have a very ambivalent relationship with animals that have always had, which is either we tend to treat them as competitors to be expunged, or as resources to be exploited. So it's kind of between these two. And I think unless we crack that nut, we're not going to resolve the problem of sustainability or it's just that. And I think engaging in that's the difficult part. Designing with robots, with rocks, is relatively, raises fewer issues, I think. they are for us less problematic. We have an emotional reaction. Oh my God, does that mean I have to change I don't know, the way I eat or the clothes, these things. So I think, to me, if we can address, at least to a satisfactory enough extent, our relationship with other animals, we will find it at all easier to address the other relation, to deal with the other issues. That's where that would be, to me, so to me the term multi-species kind of also is consistent with this perspective. So I was a bit long, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted actually to continue on Alex's thought, because there is a second term in today, I think, talk. There is also the smart cities term, and I'm describing myself as an engineer. I study smart cities for my master, and it was very much on the efficiency, the data collection, and the optimization, as you really kind of talk about it in your talk. But in some of this presentation, there was, what do we mean by smart? Was we speak of more than human and multi-species. And when we have this kind of human top approach of lenses of data collection, where is the smart of nature? Are we replicating that in just not the cities, but on a nature system? And so I'm wondering, smart in which sense? Smart, is it giving affordance to all these multi-species, or is it just, how did that give them agency in like not having this human-centric perspective? Now I guess smart has been coming from ubiquitous, now it's by smart, maybe tomorrow is AI cities. So I wonder, is smart still the right word? And what do we mean by using smart?
Hello, everybody. So I'm Jennifer Schooling, and I turned up really late because I had to be somewhere else, but Sarah kindly said I could come really late. So I have recently started as Professor of Digital Innovation and Smart Places at Anglia Ruskin University, having played in civil engineering for many years, doing smart infrastructure. So the smart question is really important. And whenever I do a talk about, smart cities, I say, well, what the heck do we mean by that anyway? Because what's a dumb city? There's no such thing. And just sitting here looking at the title of the book and listening to you, I was thinking that, really it's about using data to understand things better and to understand where we sit in relation to the rest of, because I don't know quite what's happening with this, but because for the last 200 years, and I'm sure you've all talked about this today, we've seen ourselves as sort of above and overlords of nature and all of there is there to exploit. And we're increasingly, interestingly, I'm seeing it happening quite fast in the civil engineering world, that people are increasingly realizing we've got a climate crisis, we've got a crisis, and we've got to change the way we handle our built environment, because actually nature-based solutions are going to dig us out of many of the holes we've got ourselves into. We need to foster biodiversity to avoid having, no food and all this kind of thing. So I wonder whether, to come back to your question, whether we need to start thinking differently, and rather than using smart cities or even wise cities, which I think is another nice title, maybe we need to call it understanding cities. In that understanding isn't about us understanding cities, it's about almost the cities being turned around to be understanding spaces. That might be complete nonsense there, because I only just thought it up. So,
Thank you. That gentleman over there.
Thank you, everyone, for today. It's